get the intro to see it. Because the intro of this is pretty good. We'll see. Game is booting up. But yeah, so we're gonna be checking out Romestead. Like I said, survival crafter, all that kind of stuff. Satisfactory on the focused run should be doable in 90-ish hours. Right. So if we're talking a week where I stream 9 hours of stream, and some of that isn't spent actually playing it, you're gonna launch, right, game? Game? Well, this is awkward. Oh, we could close that up, get that out of the way. Well, we'll try the well, that's not what I want to do. That's fine, I'll get that fixed in a minute. Because I accidentally killed where I could control YouTube stuff.
Rome, the greatest
Come on, show up on the screen.
ever known.
Show on the screen.
Favored by the gods,
please.
Empowered by your worship.
There you go.
But it was not to last. Rome burned. We were betrayed. Our temples razed. Without worship, we were lost. Without us, the empire crumbled. Each night, the fallen haunt the ruins. Yet hope still burns. Reunite the survivors. Rebuild the altars. Restore the glory of Rome.
She's awfully bossy about that. She's like, do all this work. Do it. Do it now. This is non-discussion. Oh, there's Romestead coming. Probably. 21 hours is the speed run? Yeek. Alright, so what we're going to head and do is... So Nero was successful this time. I guess. So we'll go ahead and choose single player. Create a brand new character. And so the things we have for our decisions is you have your profession. You've got like scholar who's got scrolls, woodcutting, mining, construction, swords, spears, shields, throwing skill. You get the idea. Alright. We got some hairstyles. Okay, and there's no different eyes you can choose. You can just change the eye color, which is too small to really see. That... Oh, I see. There's like 2 pixels right in the middle there, where it's just showing like a little division there. And that is basically it. Okay. So, basically we got our choices. I believe you use scrolls to cast spells. An axe is an axe, a pickaxe is a pickaxe. The workbench helps you build faster. All of these things we can make, so none of these things are that important. I think I'm going to start with the scholar. Yeah, because we can't do anything like crazy for whatever. I'm just going to keep moving on forward. But yeah, so there's also, you drop your stuff when you die. You can choose this to not do that. So we're going to go ahead and just move forward. Save the character. There we go. Create our new world. I'm going to make it a large world. And we're going to create that. And it's got a seed. So right now there's not a lot of settings that we have here. But the world is procedurally generated. So, I can't just play the game again and again. No, the town's over there and this is over there. And my one ask is, obviously, more people have played this. Don't spoil things for me. When we did the Next Fest demo, I believe we had killed the first boss, so we got the idea of, like, the game loop and all that stuff. And so we'd done all that, and that went fine. But that's kind of where we stopped, because that was, I think the demo ended right around there for so far as new content and all that. But, we'll jump in. This game does have quite a bit of action to it. Like I said, it's kind of like top-down Terraria, that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely games that they have you drop on death. That there's some games like, yes, I'm gonna do that, and then there's some games like how ridiculously long it takes to do stuff. Alright, acquiring materials. To craft your first set of tools, you will need flint shards. To pick up flint shards with the spacebar and then throw it using the whatever on a rock to generate some stars. You'll need flint shards. Pick up some flint. I'm assuming the shiny stuff down here is flint. And then throw it on the rock. Okay, and then... Alright, so claim our reward. You can also require some wood sticks that you can be acquired by destroying bushes or skinny trees. They can also be acquired by throwing large objects into large trees. Oh good, we got some olives. Okay. Weapons and tools. Use the sticks and the flint shards to craft tools and weapons. Player's crafting menu can be found in the inventory screen. Equip the items with, I'm assuming that's saying right mouse button, or by dragging them over. So we need to... here we go. Craft the pickaxe. Craft the regular axe. And check out Beset doing some Dragon Quest Monsters of the Dark Prince recently. Does a whole range of different games. Crafting toggle. Okay, so I'll need to get a little bit more flint. But does like a lot of turn-based RPGs, that kind of thing. So if you're looking for stuff like that, you can find that there. Alright, so now I can go here. Not sure if we should make the hosta or the sword. Let's go for the hosta. That's the olive tree. Let's not kill that. Okay. Both the tree stump and all that. That didn't give me wood. Okay. With the lumber axe equipped, you can your attacks can damage trees based on your lumber axe power. Chop down a large tree by attacking it. Place on the logs on top of its stub, and you can chop it there. So once we get a large tree, so these trees we probably want to leave alone. This feels like a large tree over here. And chopping wood into planks. The workbench. Craft the workbench. Place the workbench on the ground. Start constructing your town. Place objects in the world. You can either place them on your hotbar, or you can place them in the world when you're happy with the location. All right, let's go over here. Just do a little wander around. Just seeing what's immediately around us before we set stuff down. The sign depicts an open fire on the ground. Okay. Yep, not really sure where I should base from. We'll just go up here, I think. So we need to craft the workbench. So we require more sticks. Okay. New tutorial, furniture mode. And what else do we have here? Flint arrows, a shield, all that sort of stuff. We can worry about that later. That's fine. Okay, in order to start crafting items, you need to create a town. Interact with the workbench to get started. Through the workbench, you can go into construction mode, where you can place construction sites, various buildings, and infrastructure. Every new settlement needs a town core. Later in the game, you'll be able to connect trade routes to move resources and materials between different settlements. Sure. Alright, so you go ahead and get our town core built. Okay. Interact with your town core. We have no citizens in our town. And this will be the town of despair. Interact with an altar. So we saw Rick here somewhere. I'm assuming this is what it means by an altar? No. That's a campfire. So we have construction, furniture, logistics. So construction's the only thing. So we'll just keep building stuff for right now. So we're going to want an empty house. We'll need a leather worker, a lumber yard, tanning place, Place for unemployed citizens. An altar, which you could just put here by the town core, I guess. Okay, so you need 3 stones. It's weird that we get the pickaxe and then we use other tools to actually mine it. It just gives us our power or whatever. But that's okay. Alright, so interact with the altar. Okay. In order to start crafting items, you need to craft the town. Interact with the workbench to get started, that's fine. You want me to construct a leather worker, so we get quests. The giant owl. So yeah, so we have one of the gods wants us to get a guardian's eye from the giant owl. Sacrifices. Offer sacrifices with pure words and clean hands. So we can sacrifice one of our citizens. Later we can do teleportation, there's blessings, and then offerings. Wonder if there's a way to tell, like, which stuff different people want. We can worry about that later. You have founded your first town. In order to start crafting, you need to gather resources, automatically. You need citizens to move in. Build housing for citizens before heading out. As you explore, you will find survivors that can be recruited to your town. Do not forget to build defenses in order to protect your town from threats. Citizens can be assigned to different jobs and will level up in those professions. Be careful. Citizens can starve to death or die. Make sure they're taken care of. All right. It says going around clearing all the trees off of the areas that we're going to be building. Okay, the boar hurts a lot. Okay. You might need to keep some for your woodworker. Keep some what? I'm gonna end up needing to do a lot of these things. I guess let's build the house first. Hey, Earthrush, how's it going? 400 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Yep. Now, as a reminder, don't spoil anything if you already know how the game works. I'm sure we can plant more trees. We've already got, you know, different nuts and all that we found. Cool. So we got that. Yeah, TwitchCon EU was a lot of fun. I had a really good time with it. Yep, so we're just working on getting all of this built as much as we can. But yeah, no, had a lot of fun TwitchCon EU. Got to hang out with a lot of, you know, friends and all that kind of stuff, which was nice. A lot of good, you know, events I got to go to and all that. Just getting our first places built here. Construct a level. Let's see. Before bringing citizens in, yeah, it's also recommended to construct an insula before heading out, but most buildings have at least one citizen slot. I don't need more of those, I need more logs. Okay, this is the insula. Oh, no, that's the leather worker. I built the insula first. Okay. So let's worry about getting this one before the other one, because just follow tutorial things. Man, I had a good time at TwitchCon EU. Really glad I went and all that kind of good stuff. And now we're just getting back and checking out the games that have released, update, all that kind of stuff since all that started. Yeah, so right now we're like early base building kind of stuff. We can get workers to help us out relatively early. But as I mentioned, it looks like we got saplings, so I shouldn't need to worry too much. Alright, this will be the leather working thing it wants me to build so badly. Alright, interact with the food storage. Do I need to build that? That's not what I'm looking for. It was here. Or was it here? No, it's up here. That's right. So we'll go here. We need food storage. Put that in the center of town. Put down a bucket. I have no idea what I need at the farmland, but I'll go ahead and put that down. And a wood cart. You can worry about all the rest later. Okay. So, food storage, I want some logs. Let's get that going. Am I hearing someone causing trouble up here? Nope. Hey Liam, how's it going? And thank you for the welcomes back. So we'll go ahead and get this food storage built, because my assumption is we need to get a little bit of food storage going on. Once we've got that, we can go find our first citizens. And then with our first citizens, we should be able to say, hey, you go cut the wood, I don't wanna. To offload a lot of the effort. Okay. And you get stuff like wheelbarrows and all that stuff to make life way easier later. Okay. Most buildings require a citizen assigned to them in order to be able to do their job. Citizens can be found all across the world in some kind of shelter or in the end of some dungeons. Interact with citizens in the wild to recruit them. So you want food. Okay, so we got a little bit of food stored there. Thank you, big scary ghost person, for the murder. Let's see. Tutorial completed. All right. Were you also in the city when it was under attack? No. Well, lucky you then. Those creatures broke down my door and I had to escape by jumping out the window. My knees still hurt. Our circumstances are quite unique from a research perspective. Regardless, I am looking for a safe home. Do you have a place I can stay at? Yep, send to the town. Give me your food. I'll break your junk. All right. So from here, there we go. Oh, calm down. So where did you go so I can assign you to something? Okay, so my assumption is we go to this. And you're now a leather worker. Okay, so as a leather worker, it looks like you just straight up have stuff for me, which is interesting. Hey, JD, how's it going? So cured hide. Gotcha. So I can have you make the leather into armor or cure it into better armor. You have a good time there, buddy. And thank you, JD, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. 29 months you've been subbed to the channel. And then thank you, MMX SE, for the Prime Gaming sub. Also, you know, also supporting the channel, kicking off a hype train and all that stuff, so thank you so much for that. Only get one of those a month, and you use it here. And I do appreciate both those Prime subs. We have wheat seeds. All right. Got some more olives. Got some more trees. Got some pine cones. A cooked meat haunch and all that stuff. Yeah, no, I appreciate everyone being, like, so kind and all that. That coming back, you know, people have been very generous and all that. We're having a bunch of subs and all that kind of stuff happening. All that support and whatnot. It is always those things as a content creator. It's very stressful to take time off. Because, you know, you're making literally nothing while you're gone. That's just how it goes. You know, you're not here. There's no one dropping bits or whatever, anything like that. You're clearly not doing sponsored content, yada yada. It also means during that time you're not potentially working on channel growth and blah blah blah. Okay. Water bad. That's good to know. Oh. Wasn't expecting to be able to pick up the tiny bushes. Anyways and all that stuff. So it's just kind of one of those stressful things, like, you always hear the people joke about, it's like, yep, you know, taking a week off, stream is dead. Coming back to an empty channel, the whole thing's over. And it can feel that way that sometimes. It's not really that bad. Like, you do noticeably take a hit usually to, like, your overall viewership and all that anytime you take time off. And it's just because a lot of this stuff is very habitual for people. You know, you find that channel you tune into in the evening, and when you're not there, they have to find someone else to tune into. Well, now they're tuning into the other channel, and it's not, like, anything wrong with that. But just a lot of things that makes it harder for you to, like, take time to, you know, take vacation if you need it, all that kind of things. But you just kind of have to accept that that is something you need to do. And it just is what it is, I guess. But, I've been very happy in the past that, like, there's times I've taken time off where there's a dip and it's very noticeable. And then there's definitely times I've taken time off where it comes back up and things are absolutely just fine. Like, no noticeable dip and all that. Alright. So we got the logging thing. So you need stone here. So you can work this mill. It does seem like one thing I'm probably going to want to do is collect a bunch of leather so we can start working getting our better armor. Seems like I have to actually hit it earlier than I expect. Are you seriously going to get in my way while I'm trying to make flour? Okay. Did my bot just disconnect? What's going on here? I'll just assume everything's still working until I have evidence to the contrary. Alright, so we got all the food here, we're all good there, we got the flint. So I made flour. And that's fine, we don't know what to do with that. I should also check my inventory. So we make barricade campfire. The campfire is 2 coal. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like the bot went down. Let me double check. It says it's all connected. Don't know. I'll assume everything's fine until we have proof otherwise. Alright. So let's pop over here. Okay, we got another person over here. Interesting situation we find ourselves in. However, I do know it's quite dangerous. Therefore, I am now asking you, do you have a place I can stay? Go to town. I can break your stuff. Alright. So now let's see if we go up here and we assign him to be a woodcutter or something else like that, what we can do. So let's go to our town management. We got you here. You're now a lumberjack, and you're okay. Being a lumberjack isn't much, but it's honest work. Cool. Okay. Alright, so you just generate logs. That's perfectly fine. So we're looking for another unit of coal to build ourselves a campfire. Actually, can I rip up the campfire that's over here? You know what? It gave me the coal, which results in a campfire anyway, so I don't really care. Okay, so we can go up here. I don't remember where the campfire was in all this. Oh, it wasn't in there. It was, in here. Alright, so we can make bread. Cook meat, cook other meat. Drop you in there. Drop you in here. I did find a bucket somewhere. Drop you in there. So let's go up here. Oh, I get what we're going to want to do with that. So you're going to slowly just feed me logs. So we can do here. Put a gate over there. Gate over here. All right. And I can't do anything about it there yet. Alright, so you're all set up there. Put our gate up here. Oh, pressing 3 gives me corner? Gotcha. Okay. You get the feeling how big some of these buildings are going to quickly outgrow the wall very quickly. Yeah, no, that's fine. I figured we'd have a center spot. We can get that built. Leave that alone. Catapults are throwable, can catapult throwables far away, dealing high damage. Damage increased significantly over constructions. Alright, so put one of those over here by this door. And we'll worry about building more later. Increase building building appearance, which we'll worry about later. You worry about that more in a minute. Okay, so I got a bunch of stuff. I'm just putting a whole bunch of that. We don't need to get all constructed right now. Okay. Let's get that log. There we go. Yeah, and again, as a reminder, this is our time playing. Let me learn on my own. I do appreciate the desire to help, but if you just kind of feed people how to play, you don't get those moments of people learning lessons easy or otherwise. And a lot of the fun times come from people making mistakes and all that stuff. Okay. Gotcha. Cool, so we got lots of wood coming in here. I'm assuming we'll be able to recruit someone to do construction at some point. Yeah, so give us some defense and all that. So let's see what we got here. So only the most desperate hour is this permissible. So we probably don't want to do sacrifices. You want me to kill the giant owl. We have offerings that we haven't figured out yet what offerings matter. We are going to go here and get rid of that. Because they do have a bucket. New daily report. Check your town reports. Okay. We are considered vulnerable. Skills and favors. We have one. Okay, we have one favor. More pickaxe power, more axe power. Construction hits area are increased by 25%. You get more progress. So you can get lighting. Laying in bed regenerates health. When constructing roads, nearby tiles, which also get completed, increased by 1. There is a lot here. Perfect block speed. We can potentially leave an earthquake behind us. Extra melee damage. Aerobatics. Alright. Go with that one because I don't know what else I'd rather do. Town reports despair. Held off its threats during the nights. And there's no sign of raids or whatever, so that's good there. Furniture is fine. Map is fine. Show all tutorials, that's fine. Okay. Okay, we got another potential citizen over here. Keep grabbing the olives. Trinkets, tools, coins, research. So much wealth destroyed in the calamity. Now I'm looking for a way to save. Do you have a safe place? Sure, send to the town. Alright. Can you name them? I have not looked into it quite yet. So we can assign people to stuff. I can rename the town. If you can rename them, I don't see a spot for it. I'm not super worried about it. Bar talking to you.
Huh?
Wander. I have seen many flee by this place, but you are the first to speak to me. Who are you? I don't remember. I know I am not you, not like you, but what that makes me, I don't know. I remember how to do things, but not why I know them. But I look around as I see possibilities, way to survive. I will share what I know with you. That's fine, I don't want to talk to you. You seem like the guy that helps me out, which is fine. We might talk to you later. Alright. So what we're going to need to do is figure out how to get more research and all that. Meanwhile, as we're getting these logs, let's keep building up our defenses. Alright. How's the trip? Trip was good. Ran into some pain points in the actual, like, dealing with airports, flying, and all that. Luggage got lost at one point, stuff like that. But generally speaking, it was a good trip. Met with a lot of people who, you know, I've become friends with, you know, over the years and all that stuff. That's been really cool to hang out with them and all that. Got to see a lot of stuff. It was all in all good times. Okay. So do I have leather on me? No. What did we kill to get the leather? Because I killed something and I got 2 leather out of it. Okay. So murdering little adorable rabbits seems like the play. I'm looking for a home. Do you have a place you can stay? Sure. Ow. Actually didn't really hurt that much. What beeped at me? So rocking poison arrows and all that? Neat. Our circumstances are quite unique from a research perspective. So right now, I'm pretty sure my place for unemployed people already has 2 people in it. So I suspect I don't have room for another. So just keep exploring around here, finding what we can find. Hello, shiny rock. I see. Okay. We'll definitely want stuff like that, but it looks like I'm going to need to make sure I bring wheel barrels with me. Yep, so I got 2 here, but I can't assign... Okay, there is room for another person in there. All right. Yeah, so... You feel the call of battle, longing both protect and destroy? Cool. What about wheat? You hear the wheat in the fields rustling in the breeze? This is an excellent offering, my child. So, Ceres, we got Ceres to like us a little bit by just dumping a giant pile of stuff on them. Interesting. Okay. Plentiful harvest. You have called and I have answered. I am Ceres, mother of the field. protector of both farmer and pleb. None have shown your devotion since the fall of Rome, my child. Perhaps you may still save it. Okay. So, unlocks olive oil, faster manual mill, crop harvest. Let's do the oil. We spent 1 worship point there. We gain more experience as a baker. Unlocks beehives. Okay, so it looks like we can take the products and turn those in. You fed the star by not saying serious. Make sure apple products spring to life. Alright. So we can go here. So, we did get, what are you? Quests. Honoring the soil, offer wheat at the altar. My child, I've awoken in a large measure due to your kindness. Your devotion has done so much. But I must ask more of you. To everything a time and season, the land must be renewed through your offering. Lay wheat upon the altar in your name, and I may strengthen your land against corruption. Help me in this before farther damage is done. In turn, I will share knowledge with you. Okay, so if we get you a bunch of wheat, then you'll share stuff with me. So let's grab a bunch of food anyways. Okay. Just easier to stab him. Alright, killed the boar. It's pretty obvious that this is a spawner by the fact that it had this big, ridiculous highlight on it. Okay. Stabbing things seems to be a large part of problem solving in this game. Rabbits, rocks, and everything. Yeah, keep in mind, basically I've got a pickaxe and an axe and all that, and they just change the amount of damage I do to whatever the appropriate material is. So rather than making you go through the hassle of like equipping one thing, then the next thing. Okay, the little ones kind of suck. Now I find it out to be a mimic. Give me literally everything there. I did. And thank you, Harry Balzac, for the tier 1 sub for 3 months in advance. I appreciate that a whole heck of a lot, that you would support the channel not only this month, but, you know, continue to commit ahead of time. So that's 29 months you've been supporting the channel. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for everyone popping back. I really do appreciate everyone popping in here, showing the love and support. Alright, looks like I have totally trashed this place. As was meant to be. Okay, it does mark it as cleared. That's cool. Good news. The heck are you? You want it, weird tree stump crab? No, you don't. You just want to run away? I can live with that. Alright, so let's work on getting our way back home. Let's see here, because we did unlock the olive oil thing, so let's get that going. And apparently this requires buckets. Oh. Oh, you require clay. I see. We'll figure that out in a minute. In the meantime, keep the work going. Just trying to seal this off too. Hey, where do you think you're going? All right. So, with that, she wanted how much wheat? How much did we get? So we got 15 wheat. The altar gives you a significant amount of worship. Your fealty is noble. Alright, so we can plus 10 total defense. Catapults and Scorpios have extra resistance. There, we gave ourselves a little bit of defense. Okay, so we have offerings. Minor health potion. Instantly got Venus on our side. I cherish your offerings. So, unlock a big tree decorations. Increase citizen damage or distance. Dolium speed. So our citizens are more damage resistant. Let's look at our next offering. Your offering was left unanswered. Okay, serious like that a little bit. You sense your heart racing, as if some puzzle lay beyond your grasp. Okay, you like that. Offering at the offer will gain you a significant amount. So Mercury, you have a keen eye. Okay, so we can get better roads for faster movement speed. Basic scrolls. Market sells additional goods. Applies cheaper prices. Alright, let's see what else we got in here. Okay, you just like that as well. Got some chests. Energy potion. Venus likes the potions. Alright. So we're making progress in all that. Yeah, so it looks like we offer stuff and it slowly ranks things up. What am I seeing up here? Okay. Is there something else that's going to be building with this? Okay, let's check on this, make sure there's nothing else I wanted to build here. So I've got all those. We've got all these for right now. You're still working on that. Okay, so it's mostly still making the walls. Okay, so that is a problem. Please, I don't know if I can actually hit you, but you look like you'd murdered my face. Okay, so we got that. Zombie was in town for a minute there. Alright, what else do we grab here? So we got the 2 chests. Drop those there. We found beer. I don't know where we got beer from, but we did get beer. Venus appreciated the beer. Unlocks the fountain. Max building appeal goes higher. Sure. Let's see about other offerings. Yeah, let's go back over here. Yeah, Scroll of the Novice. Feathered Scroll. I see, so those ones all have different requirements. And you require copper nails. We did see copper, but we've not been able to work with them as of yet. Okay. Hey, do you happen to have any blackberries? I'd really love some. I do not. And we can go ahead and cook you up. Cook you up. Oh wow, you all eat way more than I gave you credit for. Okay, so apparently these people just heckin' eat. So we're going to want to get this farmstead or whatever unlocked as soon as we can to get them producing their own food. Keep getting leather. Now I have to see what we have to do to unlock new tech, as it were. It could be boss progression kind of things. Alright, so you wanted me to give up wheat at the altar. Your offerings prove your dedication to the field and harvest. Be sure that you do not forget. In reward for your honor, I have given you the acceptance. Accept my blessing, child. Okay, so with that, we can make a new building here, which is the farmstead, which is bigger than I anticipated being. Okay, so you need what? 7 logs and some rocks. Okay, so you can keep getting me logs so we can worry about this. Can I pick up more than one at once? No. Alright. And thank you, Rongor, for the tier 2 sub going above and beyond. And all that good stuff. Been subbed to the channel for 41 months. I really do appreciate that continued support. Alright, so definitely want to work on this. I did notice if I've got the truck and I hit space, you just grab whatever's in the truck out. There'll be lots of work to do on all this. Okay. Yeah, no, people are being incredibly generous, and I really do appreciate it. It might be able to hold more than one thing, and it might just not be doing a good job in clearing it. Let's see. There's one. Okay, what's the limit? 3. Probably 3, I'd guess. 4. Okay, so it looks like 3 is the limit. So you're not ready for more yet, so let's run over here, find a big tree. Okay. I vaguely remember because we played the demo of this when it came out in Next Fest, and that bird was like the one boss that we had available. And I remember for the bird, we had to like, I think it was like an altar or something I put stuff on that then summoned it or whatever. Oh, that's interesting. So it automatically like just sucked the materials into it. So then can I just roll this on over? Okay, so we run on down here again. Okay, let's look at the farmstead to get crops going and all that. So we can now go up here, grab one of our people and drop them down there. Tend to crops, and you'll just do it forever. Okay, drop food in, drop food in, drop food in. And we'll need to make ourselves more food to eat for ourselves. And you still want a blackberry, right? Okay, so I think we do. Let's continue to expand all this. New favor unlocked. Okay. So we've got our favor. So we can make it so we can recover energy by resting, or we can make it so we build roads faster, or make our mining or our base skills over. I think I'm going to go for the road one and keep expanding down that way. What was the other thing blinking at me? Oh, quests. Yeah, so it's completing those. Looks like a lot of the unlocks might be locked behind some of the god stuff. All right. Cool, so we got the road built for now. And what I was going to do is grab the farmland. Because it's really looking like these people eat a lot of food. Like a lot of food. Let's go ahead real fast and put you on the bar. Getting a lot of points in construction that'll hopefully help a lot. Gonna head to sleep. Well, you sleep well, Bassett. It's good to have you. Good to see you. I was gonna say good to have you back, but like, you know, you've been here the whole time. But it's good to be back and seeing everyone. I think it's much for like everyone again who's been hanging out and all that stuff. It means a lot when you come back and people just jump right back in and you don't have to be like, oh my goodness, channel's dead. It's all over now, man. I dared to take a little time away. Vacation is forbidden. Give me that. Free flint and all that. Sooner or later I should cut down one of these olive trees and see if I get the thing to allow me to replant them. I keep hitting shift to stack that over. Pine nuts, material, and food. Okay, those apparently are worth no food to the citizens. Those apparently are worth no food to the citizens. Good to know. So it's be doing stuff like making bread and all that, that's going to be important. Alright. So I'm just trying to close off this east side. And we're gonna have to figure out what I need to get the copper stuff. I did find copper ore. We'll need to do more with that. Okay, so you got all that going. That's fine. We'll give you the better food. Let's grab the wheelbarrow real quick. Wherever I left that. And see if we can't go back down to the copper and bring it back and see if I'm either like able to offer that to one of the gods or what. Alright. Okay. Oh, calm down, you. I'm just trying to remember where I left that copper. Okay. Yep, it's just destroying stuff nearby, that's fine. Okay, so let's see what we can do from here. They don't care about that. That's fine. No reward for this. No reward for that. Okay, you honor me with the hunt, so we have Deanna. Alright, so leather can go towards that. Series into this. Bunch more for series. You have a keen eye, yep. So hunt. Flint does nothing. Okay. Alright, so we got the craftsperson. So we're basically working our way through the gods. Is this like a survival crafter? Yeah, it's survival crafter, but you do have like town building stuff. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So we got leveling and all that stuff. So I got 3 worship points. Makes walls more resistant, extra arrows, stone wall upgrade. Okay. More expertise there. Yeah, the market seller sells extra goods. Find rare clay pit. The digger has a chance, based on their expertise, to find special items while working. Yep, so that's one of our 3 points we got. Encroaching wilds applies to thing. 10% increased wildlife spawn. Unlocks camping tent. Plus 50% seeds from wild crops. So we reduce the amount of hunger people have. We can get a better construction yard. We'll do the one where they have a chance of giving me special stuff while working. Yeah, we're basically just throwing stuff on the altar anytime they come up. Oh, there's like... Hey! Don't pick up my workbench. That's mine. Okay, we got ourselves another wheelbarrow to snag. It's mine now. Okay, so town report, let's check in that. That's tutorials. Okay, so we have our lumberjack at level 2. Fueling fires. Offer wood planks, wood sticks, and coal, and that'll give me automatic Scorpios. Alright. There's a bunch of seeds for you. So let's grab these. By that I mean I got a bunch of logs. Okay. And just clearing all this stuff out. So I want to find stuff like coal and all that. Okay, got a new biome down here, a little bit dark green and all that. Very short, apparently. Hey! Don't break my stuff. Cool, we got some strange meat, everyone's favorite. Alright, so let's run over here. There we go, we've got... I'm assuming that's copper. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab some of this real fast. good enough for me. Okay, so let's bring this copper back. I'm assuming we'll be able to do something like make coal out of wood or something like that. Okay. So if I hold the copper in my hand, I walk to the altar. Alright, so it's not something I can do anything with. Okay, so if I bring them meat, it makes this one happy. So does that count towards your quest, just dropping those few? Yes. So it's planks, sticks, and coal. That's easy enough. So offering, there's the planks. That's fine. Alright, so we've got another bonus of the hunt thing. So we're going to go ahead and grab the upgrade lumberyard. Okay, drop all this junk off. I'm a little curious. You do not seem to be farming. So tend to the crops. That's there. Interesting. So there's an olive tree in the area that I probably shouldn't cut down. But I've been wondering if I cut it down if I will get... Okay, so it gives me a log. I was kind of hoping more that it would instead give me our stuff. Okay, so this should be more than enough of the planks to make you happy. So we just need wood sticks. Keep building a perimeter. Okay. Okay, so we do sometimes get olive seeds. Alright, that's kind of what I was hoping. Cool. And we have another person with a quest here. We keep losing track of because I blink. Alright. Yeah, it doesn't seem like my farmer is actually... Mary spoke to me dreams of an apple. Could you help me one? Sure.
Mm.
Alright. Cool, and you gave me something worth a lot of rep. Got olive seeds. Alright, so yeah, you're continuing to level. Alright, so we need a bunch of branches. Okay. Yeah, so be playing branches. Now I just got to figure out about the coal. Like I said, there's probably a good chance with the coal that we can somehow burn the wood. Make like charcoal or whatever. Let's see. So we can check the campfire first. Don't have anything explicitly listing that we can do that here. Interestingly enough... Oh, right, I gotta make into flour. Alright, let's get that going. Because we're gonna need lots of food, flour for lots of bread to keep them all happy. Because I'm assuming these auto weapons that they're talking about are probably going to be better than my catapults. Okay. Alright, we're gonna start with that, because I don't want to sit here for the next hour doing that. Okay, here's a bunch of bread for you all. Okay, so... Pull. Oh, we didn't see the option on the campfire. Let's try some science. Let's grab some big trees here. I also did see that they make a, picks an open fire on the ground. There's clearly going to be a campfire, which is 2 coal as well. So let's knock down a tree or 2. So you probably do here is I'm going to guess either A, I can drop this on the campfire causing it to burn, which is a very big maybe. Nope. Also possibly haven't unlocked whatever we would need to make coal ourselves. We've been finding it decently often. Okay. It's generated procedurally. Time to retreat. Okay. So olives are not the most filling thing in the world. Okay. So I can go here. Offer you this. That takes care of everything but your coal. Yes, those are just dropping stones. And banging those and things doesn't seem to do anything. I know I got coal out of various ruins. What am I looking at here? Cabbage, okay. Got a lean. Okay, kill more zombies that we're looking around. Got more copper up here. Okay. Ah, oh, come on. It had 2 health left. I missed the dark gray stones because I worry about other things. Okay, so we got all our stuff back, luckily, because we're right by town. So that was 3 coal. We also snagged some more stuff that are offerings they like. You also drop that off. And then you just need, was it 2 more? You can drop the food off here to keep our people fed, because they just eat everything incredibly rapidly. Drop this off right now to continue making Ares happy. So dark gray shiny stuff near the stones. What? Oh, they're still up here. It'd be nice to actually get some kind of proper fighting goodies and all that. So this is copper. Oh, if you mean these darker ones, that's flint. Okay. Just want to finish this off real fast. Cool. Yeah, now flint was something we used early on to make our very basic equipment, like the spear and the pickaxe I've been using. I haven't had more stuff come up that I can use it for. I'm sure there will be more, like arrows and all that. Okay. So with that, we've got all of that we need. I can drop a bunch more of this off to turn into make all the gods happy. Alright, we can grab ourselves in our cabbage. And start heading back down. Okay, so that's pretty good news. So that should allow us to get the next thing unlocked. And I'm assuming this is what we need to do is, like, the gods will be like, yo, go get some stuff for me. And we keep repeating that to unlock a bunch of stuff. I'm still figuring a lot of this out. Because it really does feel like my farm, like my farmer person is, you know, not doing the whole farming thing. But I could just be missing a critical detail. A hardy birch idol. Birch is only used, well, as a writing material, but also had medicinal properties. Oh, okay. So it gives me energy regeneration, a little extra healing done. Oh wait, do I also grow these in the field like this? Interesting. Okay. So, right. So I needed to take... Alright, and with that, we've got this. Or your farmer could have a bug to him. No idea. They gave me the Automax Scorpio print. The warmth, I've missed it. Since I awoke the first time I felt anything, you have my thanks. I grant you knowledge to my artifice. May it serve you well. Alright, so in the meantime, have a big old stack of bones, Ares. Have some beer, Venus. Bay leaves? Alright. Okay, they want that. There you go. Got multiple chests. Oh, okay, so you actually did like that one. Alright. Okay, we'll wait on the rest. You have an idea of the farming based on the outline when it's placed, but not sure. Based on the outline when it's placed. Okay, I'm listening. We'll harvest nearby crops. Let's take a quick look, because that could be where we're looking at is... I think I see what you're saying. Right, okay. Right, so those aren't in range. I understand. So in that case... Oh, weird, it's only above and around it? So we placed that really badly is what we did. Okay, so you can go 3 in each direction. Okay, and that was another level. So looking at our favor, magic attack power up or attack speed up. Alright. We have elemental damage, osmos damage, necro damage. Sure. Because it looks like this is armor stuff over here. This is melee, this is ranged. Sure, why not? Okay, you're actually starting to fill bars up now. Okay, so that appears to be what it is. Can you relocate buildings? I have not investigated that much. Let's check up. Here's the thing where we could construct them. So I don't see the ability to relocate them, unfortunately. Okay. So what we'll want to do is get these built real fast. And then as they harvest the other ones, we'll want to eventually get rid of all those other farms. Okay. Okay, so we got all that. We can run over here. Have a good time with it. There can only be one farmlander. Absolutely. Could you imagine having more than one? That's just weird. Okay. So I think what we're gonna need to do is figure out about this bird nonsense. Because we haven't had the opportunity to try and get ourselves the blacksmith or whatever. And I'm assuming that we're being gated by the first boss and things. Okay, planting some stuff out there. Anything else to worry about here? So we've got all those built right now. We got all these built right now as far as we can. We've got the automatic ballista. Gotcha, so you'll require arrows made for you. Which is good to know. Okay. The other thing we'll probably want to take a minute to do is checking on the recipes on the leatherworker and the carpenter, or whatever it is. Just make sure it's not something else they should be having queued up. Okay, so let's pop in here. So we've got the lumberjacking, and that's the only recipe we have for you right now. So you might as well just do that forever. And for leatherworking, we actually do have a lot of options. So we've got the flint plume heads, pilum's heads. That's a type of javelin. And I've had them making the better leather because I figured we're going to eventually need that. Which that'll be the thick leather. Oh, we need a mix of the leathers. And then we would need the copper nails. That's copper thread. Okay, so it looks like we just need to get a bunch of leather, which is still just killing animals and all that. Okay, we can drop you up in there. And you in here. Get back here, bunny. You're made out of leather. Someday I won't be terrible at this and you'll be in real trouble. Well, that rat decided just diving into the ocean. Okay, so I can't... Oh, that's real bad. Okay. Gotta remember that I have spells. Calm down.
Adonna!
Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to get these walls closed up. It does seem like generally the enemies are getting a little bit more aggressive as time goes on. What are you? Do not like. Okay. So basically I need to stay on top of getting this all closed off, because the enemies are getting more and more aggressive. I'm assuming eventually it will escalate into like a full-blown attack. Alright.
Huh?
Okay, so we sent another person to our town. Might start straining our resources, but that's okay. Let's also see if we can't assign more people to that thing. Alright, so we got 2 inside the building waiting for instructions. We just don't have anything for them to do. Let's go to the altar and continue feeding stuff in here, see if we can't get anyone else to buy in. So everyone's at 2 except for you. Oh, right, I've already got Scorpio arrow saving, unlocks stone walls. No new quest there. That's fine. It's extra, so we'll do that. Hold on to this right now. And the coal goes to you and gives me a little bit of worship. Gonna keep working on that. Yeah, sticks in that doesn't matter. Flint doesn't matter. That's the other one. That's all fine. Toss the bread in here for now. Oh, stop working on that. Okay. So we can make a leather hood. The armor itself requires 4 leather. And that's for javelin throwing there. We'll start with the leather hood. Okay, what do we got here? It's nothing new there. They're fine. Okay. So somewhere nearby there's going to be the nest. Or I think it was an owl? Guess the goat just ran off. Okay. Stuff I don't care about. All right. And I'm sure we'll find stuff like copper ore or something that the one will like more. Ooh, wait, here we go. That to me looks like straight up coal. Yep. Don't be a bad dog. You just chill there. And all of us can live today. Alright, we got wheat. Wonder why those healed me for slightly more than they did the last time. That is a bear. And a boar. Look, I want no part. Alright, so let's go and explore around here more. I was kind of following the road to see what happens. Hey, Serverlord, how's it going? Okay. So my assumption is that bird's nest we're looking for probably going to be in that first biome. I knew when I saw the little skull mark in there, it's like, probably shouldn't go in there. Alright. So it wasn't too far off the path. So let's run down there. Be chill, wolf. No one has to die here. I said no one has to die here. If you just leave me alone, you could have remained not leather. Okay. Alright, so I'm not going to push that more right now. That's a gauntlet type situation. I feel like I should at least get the basic armor before we try pushing that. Okay. We'll just... Oh, that's marking like it's a, place to be cleared. Alright. Gold leaf, which is a trinket. Okay, we got another trinket on here. So we got another thing. Which kind? How was it? You hoping they bring it to Australia one day? It was a lot of fun. I'm not sure if they would bring it to Australia, and the only reason for that is compared to like visiting everywhere else, they're way out there. It'd be cool to have it at more locations. I do know the next TwitchCon EU, instead of being in Rotterdam, is going to be in Berlin, which I do think it's the right decision for like both in the US and outside the US for TwitchCons to move around. I think there's a lot more appeal to doing that than just keeping it in one place. It's easier to justify when you can kind of make it a vacation thing too, where you're like, okay, well, I'm going to the con, but also while I'm in the area, let me visit. That is a lot of boars. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the only thing I think would be preventing it from really going into Australia is just the fact that for both European as well as US creators, it's kind of a really big send-off. And then as far as like raw numbers of both viewers as well as creator, Australia is definitely not that big, comparatively speaking. Like, there's nothing wrong with it or anything like that, but I think they're going to try and keep these mostly around. Now, if they kept expanding the TwitchCon type things, like they just felt they're justified in making more and more, in that case I could see it being a thing. Alright, so note to self about the bear. The bear hit hard. I do want to take my chances on the bear. Okay, so we can kite the bear, as long as I give myself enough open space. Alright. So we're finding all these little ruins and all that. We haven't found where the first boss is yet. Okay. Some fancy arrows. We got a ring. Okay, so we can have healing done plus energy regeneration or melee attack power and armor. So one's a minor caster ring, and the other one's like a minor melee ring. And I'm gonna guess this is probably gonna be like Terraria and all the other ones, where ultimately, like, melee tends to be at a huge disadvantage just by the utility side of it, where you can't usually dodge attacks nearly as easily when you're right up in front. Alright, we got you. We already cleared this one? Yep, we already cleared the Twin Crypt. Okay. Alright, so we've got poison mushrooms, not poison mushrooms. Give me your sweet leather. That one's looking pretty dangerous. Let's try and get our, all the stuff we looted back home. Okay, we've got a number of these gauntlet places to check out later. Got more coal over here. That's fine if you really wanted to die that bad. Oh, hate all that going on down there. Okay. Got a bigger ruin down there. We'll want to check that out in a minute. So I think kind of my first priority is locate this first boss. There. So let's check back up in here. Do you have base in this? Yes. You do build a base in this. Right now I'm a little bit of ways looking for a boss. It works a lot like games like Core Keeper and Valheim and all those, where you wander around exploring. But then there's also like the base building element. Now granted, you have the NPCs to help you out in this one, like you rescue them. Ah, there we go. So there's the actual entrance to whatever this is. Okay. Take advantage of our range as much as we can. Our inventory is starting to get properly full. Okay. So we get a hammer that hits much harder than my javelin, but it's got a slower attack speed. My inventory is getting properly out of control because I keep running around and not worrying about the next thing. Okay, so you need a key, it looks like. Okay, I've learned something. Something I really dislike. And the thing is, the hammer's two-handed. I was hoping that'd work. All right, don't want to do that. It hits harder, which is neat. But I couldn't use my defensive stuff with it at the same time. So it's like one or the other. Alright. So we've got a better spear. Alright, so something can't be brought with us. Alright, so what stays? Flint is easy to come by. Oh, we can actually eat the olives. Grab the necklace. Bum. Cool, well that was a weapon upgrade of the better spear. Still taking me roughly 3 hits, but we'll get there. Yeah, so home is straight north, we'll just go that way. Oh, you know I bet you I need to do? Is when we hear, like, the bird going over top of us, like, actually pay attention to that and have that help figure out where we need to go. Okay, so that drops off the chests. Let's go up here to see about cooking things. Drop all this off because they're probably getting hungry. Gotcha, and I see where we're going to start needing to worry about other biomes and that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's go over here. Poisonous mushroom. Cool. We'll give you those mushrooms as well. I already have one of these, so let's see. Yeah, so you'll take that. Okay, so you gained a level there. So, blacksmith's experience gain is faster. Miner's a chance based on their expertise to find special items. Let's keep going for the special items as well. Let's see here. So we got another level with you. Max building appeal, all this. I had a good one. Thank you, Fistful. Alright, Scorpio savings, stone walls, baker experience, beehive. You can make that process stuff faster, which is a good one. Reduce the hunger penalty, I think, is a good one. Okay, they liked that. Yeah, it's all jewelry and stuff, all that stuff. Okay, that was you. Cool, so we gained another level with you. Alright. So we get the things that can make bread faster. Make the camping tent. Feels like that's potentially a very strong option. We can make a better catapult. Good damage resistance on our siege weapons. Better market and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Keep chucking in the beer and all that. For her. Ah, we didn't actually equip the better spear. Okay. Alright, so we got all that. We got 4 copper bars we managed to find. That's pretty cool. We can run down here. Alright. So we recognize that these farms weren't in range of the farmstead, so we're just trying to let it grow and then pull it all up. So let's go up here real fast. Remove road, remove walls, demolish construction. Okay. So trying to figure out how to get rid of the farmland. So demolish. So remove crop. Destroys construction or decoration. Move road. Nope. Okay. That's a curiosity. Yeah, let's remove construction thing. Okay. So it's going from down to up. Or up to down, whatever. So the question then will be, do we think, and don't answer this is me just speaking out loud, do we think it is heading towards or away from its nest? Okay, I've got no shortage of coal. Grab the coal. Grab the ingot, drop that off. Drop off the planks, the sticks, and the cotton and all that. We can go here and drop off the cabbage and the bread. Okay. Just getting this all made. So it's supposed to be like twice as fast as what it was before. But you can use this to make bread. I'm mostly just trying to do this to empty inventory space out, as well as give me some food. Ergot? I don't know what that is. Well, hopefully get that. It's a fungus that infects cereal thing that makes people hallucinate. Probably not, since there's no cereal. Plus, generally speaking, a lot of these games don't bother with, like, you know, colds and all that. The only thing we've seen is poison mushroom and not poison mushroom. Keep in mind, this is taking place in basically Roman times. Rome has fallen, and you're basically trying to rebuild. So it's got like the Roman gods and all that. I may have overplanted that other farm a little bit. It'll be interesting that we have certain crops only grow in certain biomes, and that there'll be the ability to, like, make trade caravans between your own towns. So you'll build, like, one town here and then build another town elsewhere and all that. Gotcha. Well, as far as my knowledge, I have not seen anything around that. It also doesn't seem like something they would necessarily include in a game like that. There's a lot more important things than some random, like, hallucinogenic thing. Just because they can, kind of thing. Alright, if we get just a couple more flour out of here, I can fit the rest of my wheat in this thing, and they'll probably stop churning it for right now. Okay, and that means I can go up here and say, I would like bread. There we go. We got some bread to bring with me. Yeah, perhaps that blackberry. I do not. Okay, go to the leather working place. There is fancy leather. There is junky leather. This game is fairly cozy then. I mean, I don't think so. I don't know. My comment wasn't a matter of like cozy or not. It's just a matter of it's just not something that seems like it'd be a priority for this sort of game. Because we fight zombies and all that, and your people in town can die and all that through starvation and everything as well. Alright, well, you're working on making some leather armor for me. Yeah, now it's not something that, like, it's constantly spouting nightmare fuel or whatever. But, like, you'll have your town get attacked, and again, people can die and all that. Let's grab the logs and start building more of our wall. Okay. We gained another level, or another point. So here's our new favors. Okay, so scrolls are 25% faster to fully charge. A special construction crit area when constructing. If hit, does 200% the progress. Melee weapon deals 20% damage based on your equipped scroll's primary damage type. I like the idea, because that'll boost my melee damage, and then we get some pretty cool stuff. Like I noticed there was a necrotic damage or whatever, that there's potential there. Alright, so we've got some bread for ourselves. We should have plenty of food for all the people around here. Okay, so the thing we had noticed was when the bird passed over, it went from north to south. Let's check this little gap we have in our vision up here. Let's see if that leather armor is done quite yet. And thank you, Pank, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 46 months. I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot, so thanks so much for that. And Pankraro is also celebrating their 4-year mod-iversary. For those who didn't see, with at TwitchCon, they announced that there's now mod-iversaries that the mods can celebrate that once every 6 months, I believe it was. And so yeah, and that's a whole big thing. Expect to see a couple of those pop up. We don't have a ton of mods here, but, you know, expect to see them. But yeah, no, thanks again. It's good to have you, and yep. Ooh, were you my first mod, Pankraro? I feel like you were. I think that might be right. Either way, been around for a minute, but thank you again for that future, you know, not future, that continuing support. I do appreciate it. And thank you again for, like, the modding support and all that. Yeah, because the thing is, you and or Sentient Cookie was first. That's alright, we can kill everything. Yeah, so we're looking for the owl's nest so we can murder them. I'm a little concerned that the goat dropped cheese. Yeah, adding that boost to our damage where we take whatever scroll we're equipped bonuses to our melee damage. I think that's a really good decision. Oh yeah, that means those armored guys and my regular weapon didn't do crap to them before. Let's go and take this wheelbarrow back. It's our wheelbarrow now. We're using the all-time proven finders keepers, losers weepers. Thank you, Krask, for the tier 1 sub. That's 48 months, 4 years you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. Alright, looks like our Lumberjack gained a level, and that also kicked off another hype train. That's like the third hype train this stream, so thanks so much for that. Yeah, so we're looking for the Guardian's Nest. To do all that bit. And we're also just working on just trying to enclose the area so that, for those who didn't see earlier, the game did warn us that we would get attacked from time to time and our villagers can die. And considering they level up and get better and all that, that's probably bad. That's probably something we should generally avoid if at all possible. So step 1 is just trying to put up something between our people and the things trying to murder them. Okay, person I haven't talked to this whole time. Okay, what should I do to begin with? There's much to be done, and you will not be alone. Yeah, okay, that's fine. In other words, you're useless. Yes, assuming we would find the nest somewhere in this first territory. Oh, there's the copper we broke way earlier in the game before I had a good means of bringing it home. I can't use it yet, which is why we're trying to target stuff. I had a good time at TwitchCon. Absolutely. Had all sorts of travel headaches, but the con itself, I had a lot of fun. Also that whole area is absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Over the travel headaches. Yeah, no, it was definitely a good time. Got to meet up with a whole lot of people, all that good stuff. So really happy I went and all that. Where'd that boar go? Okay. Can we get a shout out for Hadrain, by the way? Another content creator on the platform was on the Conan XL server with him and everything. And also, we need a shout out for Pankraro as well. Sorry, I missed that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, Pankrower is also a also fantastic time over Pankrower. A lot of fun jingly keys, tactical turn-based games, that kind of stuff. Good times over there. 20 seconds. Yeah, it's I have that set that way because we do use the Twitch built-in shadow thing, and it's got a 1-minute cooldown on it. Yes, again, check out playing some Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Nice. Alright, there's an abandoned chest there. I don't see a way to get through here. My assumption is I need to... Oh, you know what? This isn't that hard of a puzzle. Done. Okay. Sure. I will send you random person to the town of despair. Can you remind you of Stardew? Any similarities? Not to Stardew, really. If you played Core Keeper, it's a lot like that. Or if you played Terraria, it's like that, but looking down on it. The only reason I'm saying not like Stardew is just Stardew, a lot of it's like your relationship with the townies and all that kind of stuff. And this one's a lot more about like gearing up, fighting enemies, building your town, that kind of thing. Granted, they do both have, like, you know, the isometric view, kind of where you're up at an angle. Not isometric, that's more a diagonal, but, you know, like looking down at an angle at them. The similar camera and then pixel art. That is a hidden treasure chest. Yeah, no, if you loved Core Keeper, it's very Core Keeper-esque. The implication is that this is supposed to be way harder. So far, I've only taken 1 death. Yeah, the log carrying does work like Graveyard Keeper. Alright, so let's go offer more things to the gods. That's the bird flying overhead that we're trying to murder. Okay. Root boots, knockback resistance. So that's 5 or 3, 5, 50%, and we are using 3, so you are just a straight upgrade for what we have. Do you want my boots? Do you like olive oil? Yes, you do. Alright. So you can drop off the stuff here. Give me some of that bread back. Used in potion making. Range crab meat, okay. Right now, chuck that in there. Chuck this in here. Actually, we can use that. We can pop down here. What do you want? Do you still want blackberries? That's what's going on? I don't know where blackberries come from. So let's see. We'll drop off the cheese for them. So leather bedroll. Sleeping's at your spawn point. Alright, sure. We'll make a leather bedroll. And we can just drop the rest of the leather in here for now. And all that. Hop over here real quick. Drop the flint and all that in here, and the coal. Just check out weird fast. It do that. Quick stack that all away. You're just tending to crops. Oh. Okay, so we have this to deal with. I was hoping I could store that there, even though it's not technically a thing. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and drop the wheat back off over here. You playing Cookie? That's probably fair. We'll drop off the strange crab meat. Yeah, the amethyst gives, like, no worship. Considering what it is. Alright. Alright, so chuck the amethyst in another box. Okay, so we've got bread. We're still trying to figure out where this boss is at. Clear that. That's a big combat arena. That's a trapped cellar. So check up here. I guess it's going to be leaving our initial biome, which is fine. Let's see if we can't throw those last pieces of wall up there real quick. Alright. And at some point, we are able to make roads and all that. At some point, it'd be worth, like, figuring out the next point of interest we want to deal with. Build a road between them as best we can. Because they have mentioned that different stuff are limited to certain biomes. So realistically, you are going to maintain multiple villages. I think the first step, though, is to get the villages to be fairly self-sufficient. We're going, we don't need roads. Alright. So yeah, so somewhere up here, we might find the boss. Somewhere down there. Like I said, it seems like the boss is coming across the same direction, always like this. I'm gonna go with that the bird is going to whatever it is we're looking for, not from. The bedroll. I've got all the arrows ever. There you are. We can go up here. And have an obnoxious number of flint arrows to help defend. Let's see here. We drop the other arrows off there. Okay. Oh, we do have the one last log to finishing closing this area. So I guess we're just gonna run down to the forest. Because the things I can potentially work on is getting more offerings to see if just like making the gods happy will do it. We can also work on there's the boss. I just need one step farther. Okay. So let's go over here real fast. I see. You need to be inside. Alright, well that's fine. Who needs to prepare? Instead of preparation, we can just, oh. Don't love that. Where did you go? You coward. There we go. Could you back off so I can open my loot? Yeah, whether it was leashed or like I didn't do enough damage for a little while, because there was a pretty good gap in my damage there that might have been it, as I just didn't hit it for a while long enough. Alright, that's the first boss down. Now when we did the demo, that was what we were able to do. That's like the end of the demo, but this is the early access version. So we've got more stuff. Alright, so we've got a talent we don't know what's good for, a feather we don't know what good for, a quest item there. Alright, so we've got feathered boots. So it's just better than what we were using. Let's go and see about... This is the house up here. Alright. So town report. No problems. Quests. We need to offer the Guardian's Eye. So Minerva said this is a fine offering. Okay, so we're gonna get a bunch of stuff we can now build. Oh, you just, all of you want, okay. Everyone wants me to offer stuff now. I did that and all the gods immediately became needy. Alright, so what do we got now? We got material storage site. Get that in a minute. So I got the blacksmith. Material storage. We already have the no, we have the lumberyard. Okay, so we gotta build the material storage first. Okay, so you can go up here. To you, demolish plants. Alright. Yeah, so both of you require clay. So I think this is clay here. That's how we do it. I understand now. Okay, so let's get the blacksmith built. Because when we get the blacksmith built, I'm assuming that'll let us start using the copper, making better equipment, yada yada. Okay. So we need one more log and one more clay. And then this will be the blacksmith built. Alright, so let's assign... Yeah, I know about these things. It's fine. So you are now my blacksmith. Congratulations. Are you any good at it? Don't care. That's your job now. Okay. So that's with the copper bars and all that. We can get our copper pickaxe, copper axe, bunch of other copper equipment. Bronze will become available. Why are you stopped? I see. There you go. Yep. Okay, so this isn't a matter of just smashing against stuff. I didn't think so. We probably have to go and do... What was that? So I believe... grab all this. We put that to some kind of use. Okay. Cool. And we'll also tell you to make the copper axe. We could get the armor next. So that requires the leather and all that. That's a melee set, though. Used to create salves, remedies, and all that. That's a cauldron. A grappling hook is pretty exciting. So we'll probably want to go ahead and make one of those. Make the grappling hook. And then make a round of the nails, because we'll need that for other stuff. And while that's going... see if I can't figure out how to do anything with this. Do I chuck you in here? Okay. It's not exactly how I expected it to work. I expected to like go inside there and all that, but that still I'm okay with. With that, I'm assuming for bronze, you have to like put multiple of them in the area at the same time. Okay, so we'll have plenty of that. For the bronze, we'll have to figure out how you make a bronze bar. I can worry about that later. Okay, meanwhile, you need... one clay and a bunch of wood. Let's get that going. Alright. So it's 8 wood for you. Okay, meanwhile... let's see. Get rid of that. Right now... Vigil's poem. Offer the granite tooth. So you want olives, pine nuts, and cabbage. Moonstring. Crystallized blood. Denarius. Are more copper bars. Oh, copper bars gives us a quarry, so yeah, we want to grab those copper bars. Hey man, I'm just going to grab 3 copper bars real fast and drop those suckers off right here real quick. Oh, I need 2 more. Alright, let's grab 2 more. Okay, so we can go boom and boom. Gotcha, so we got all sorts of stuff there, that's fine. Then we got some of the cabbage. Also go offerings. Okay, so that should take care of your thing. So that gives me the access to the quarry. And then you want pine nuts and olives. Now those are particularly hard to come by, I just gotta actually do that. These are not as good equipment here. So get rid of those. Now I do recall that the scroll thing was in here, right? So, okay, so these are a straight upgrade, because you require me to have copper thread, and then you're going to give me an upgrade from there, and that's going to be extra damage. And then you require linen, which we don't know how to make yet. Yes, you already have the Scroll of the Novice, the Woolbound Scroll, and then Feather Volley. Yeah, this will be copper wire. Can worry about that in a minute. So let's see if we got more of these logs ready. Okay. So I guess the next thing to check is while we're waiting for more of those logs to come in, what would a quarry take? How is a miner who can automatically mine various materials depending on biome? So we'll need to fix that because that's outside of our defenses. Which I suspect is going to be a regular problem. Alright, we gotta clear all the land first. Okay. There's a bunch of stone. Okay, so you're just missing your 2 buckets of clay. You can bring this inside to get the next thing working. And I'll be curious when you start running into problems how that all goes. Okay. So you need one more. You can go ahead and grab some more clay from here. I did notice we can get better wheelbarrows. It seemed like the primary offering of the better wheelbarrows was just the sorry, it was just the like the higher durability. So let's grab some olives, and we can grab the tree nuts while we wait for the stuff to come in. Okay. Worry about that later. Okay, so let's go in here, get our last log here. Then we can get people assigned to these two buildings. Okay. So we've got our building storage of all this. We still need to build the area for, there was also another storage type thing, another material kind of thing. So we go here, it was you. I guess she'll be my next building outside the perimeter. All right. Okay, so we need clay, wood, stone. Alright, I have more than enough stone. Work on the clay. And also, I should probably pop over here. Even though it is going to be risky because I don't... Oh, it automatic... No, it didn't. You might be outside of where anyone's able to defend you, but come on, that's not that big a deal, right? What's a little life-threatening danger? Okay. Now I just need the logs. Right now, let's grab these barrels and tuck them someplace. Okay, so you are grabbing stone on your own. Okay. I can also make you mine flint. Gotcha. So I guess you will mine stone just on your own. And I guess you have to level up to do that. So you're just going to go grab me stone for right now. That's okay, because we did unlock stone walls, so you should probably get those working. Oh, I should probably also get the, olives and all that, or the olive oil production online. Okay, I need another one of these. Okay, so let's do the sacrifice at the altar we need to make the gods happy. So you want olives and those. Oh. Alright, I missed what she actually gave me. bakery. You worry about that. Okay, so meanwhile, we've got stronger walls. Okay. So it looks like this is the limit on how far out we can go this way. That's not what I wanted to do. It is what I did. That was the bakery, as I recall. And all the rest, I believe... Oh, and the logistics tent. Okay, so we got that all queued up. One thing is we got one of our buildings. We were able to get a level 2 version of it. We haven't gotten to actually using it. Okay, so I've got an obnoxious amount of stuff going on here now. I got to deal with. Okay. You got me the grappling hook and a set of nails. Alright. Yeah, so you still need more wood. Not gonna sweat that too much. We can run down here. Keep getting our clay sorted out, because we've got the thing where we're able to make olive oil that's been sitting here this whole time. I just didn't know how to get the actual clay before. I'm also noticing that the grappling hook isn't offhand. It does seem to have the ability to pull stuff to me, which is kind of cool. But ultimately, I'm going to need the scroll. The other thing is, let's go back into our leather worker, because I was waiting on the nails for something here, but what was it? Was it the better armor? So the thick armor... Ah, so you need to be a level 2 person. That's fine. Repeat that forever for right now. Level up your leather working. I don't think we have another barrel floating around here yet. I think everything just bottlenecked on the wood right now, which is okay. So what we can do then is I'll just run out here. I should be bringing my wagons. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like you got a fairly limited town size you can go with. Okay, so... that seems to be giving me the same options here. Okay. Let's go grab citizens. Alright. So not a whole lot we can do till we expand more. I'm gonna need more citizenry in here, which is fine. Looks like fun, but building the walls one section at a time with a minigame is obnoxious. Yeah, it's very likely you can get a construction person to do stuff. I just haven't found them yet. You can also get skills that can, like, massively increase the speed and the ease of the minigame for construction and all that. Because as you gain points in construction, all that makes, like, the hitbox for what counts as you hitting the right spot much bigger. All right. I don't know I even need to do that, but we do have that all going. Okay, so let's check to see what you can actually do now you got someone assigned here. So make target dummy, you can make wood planks, you can make some stone carts. Order you to construction sites. Boom and boom. There you go. So it sounds like now I don't need to worry about that. Now I just need to gather materials. We've already got stone and all that coming in. Okay. What I'm doing right now is just trying to get more materials for everything. There we go. I do wonder how many wagons deep you can go. Well, rip that wagon, I guess. Alright, drop you off in there. Get a stack of those. Yeah, for the copper armor, I need copper ingots and the basic leather. Yeah, it seemed like the copper armor is based around melee stuff. Okay. Alright. Yeah, imagining what happens as we unlock stuff, we'll probably get the clay pits and everything where we won't even have to think about it. Alright. So what's a wagon cost to make? Bum. Let's see, is this called Rome like Buffalo Rome in the Plains? Or like Rome like Truth? It's like Rome as in Rome. Like the place. You know, in Italy. Okay. Okay, and we're just cleaning up the area around here a little bit better. So you conquer the world yet? No, and this one's canon, Rome fell. And like fell to like God's powers or whatever, and that the Roman gods have kind of gone silent, yada yada, and you're trying to kind of get things back up and running. Yep, but it's also still Rome and Italy. That may have been one of the largest powers of all time, but also, you know, it is also accurate to say Rome and Italy, because that's where it's based from. So the lumberjack has found something valuable during their task. A trace of... Okay, so we can summon rain. Alright. Oh, yeah. But yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things, like, as a kid growing up, when you realized Rome was Italy, you always wondered why they still weren't in charge. Then you wondered if they became better chefs than warriors. I mean, ultimately, there's a lot that goes into that, infighting, all that kind of stuff. Then they got sacked. And so basically the Empire just destabilized. Oh, we wasted that. Good to know. Right. Probably just save for the more valuable stuff. The grappling hook's cool, but we probably won't be using that a ton. How goes our food storage? We're doing pretty okay right now. We'll toss the extra bread in there. Alright. I mean, the reality is, the larger and larger and larger an empire becomes, the harder and harder it is to keep. Because especially when a lot of how you grew was, you know, conquest. It doesn't matter what the living situation is there. When you basically say, hey, you no longer have your own autonomy, we are now in charge of you and you just have to live with that. Even if they let you mostly do what you want to do, people are always going to bristle at that pretty hard. Very understandably slow. Okay. I'm willing to bet when we get that bakery built, the baker will probably take over making the flour. Okay, we can run down here. Drop you off. It's my food here. Right, and you were for olives. We need the flasks and all that. Yeah, and that's the poison mushrooms or whatever. Wonder if let me put this down as a material. Cool. Go ahead and plant some more trees over here. Alright, so daily report, and the daily report in despair is our leather worker became better at leather working. So we can make feathered armor. Oh, okay, feathered armor is what we actually want here, so this is good. The downside is I am going to need another feather, so let's order that. Order the helmet. Yeah, that's range damage. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go murder the bird all over again. Because I need one more feather. It gives me something to work. What is that exclamation mark? Hold up. There's exclamation marks with skulls nearby. Okay, we're not seeing anything there. I'm gonna assume those are a problem, and I should go do those things. Hey, you. You live in my town now. Oh, you know what I'm betting? I'm betting this logistics tent. I was thinking about them moving stuff between towns. They probably also move stuff within the town. All right. Anybody's hearing me? Thanks. Alright, so let that go. Yes, like I said, we got these exclamation marks here. They worry me. Let me go ahead and just start beelining up here. We haven't gotten like a main quest yet, right? Alright, so I'm gonna run up here to the exclamation marks in north. Okay. Ow. Okay, so just gonna knock all these off before I hurt myself on them. Ow. You can run around dealing with all this. Okay, so we got all that. And what do we have here? Oh, it's a rotted antique bow. Okay, so bread actually heals us a good chunk. Okay, so it's mostly just the ones that spit that are the real problem. Hello. So we got ourselves some armor and all that. Cool. Get yourself some apple tree saplings. That's probably fine. All right. We basically killed everything in here. So let's get back out of here and we can run back home. Okay, so with that, the exclamation mark disappeared off that one. Like I said, my assumption will be if I don't deal with those, they'll in some manner or another escalate. That'll be a problem. All right. I'll definitely want to make roads. I'm also curious, like, how much we can make the roads continue through the boundaries and all that. All right, so we can immediately get back to construction stuff going on here. So I said I'm kind of low-key hoping if we get this set up, they'll start hauling the stuff around town for me. Okay, so let's go to our flag over here. Alright, so that doesn't actually have a person work at it, which is not what I was expecting. I see. Continuously moves output to the destination. Uses to turn the destination into the storage hub. Gotcha, so you're bringing that out here, and then you're moving the stuff over here as needed. Meanwhile, for you... So now the supplies are going there automatically, which are going to you, which should be able to build. That's not a bad system. Okay, so you would want the olives, which we won't be getting here. Okay, we've got this. That gets the flour, and then the flour goes to the bakery. Alright. You're having to populate these materials, or can the citizens gather? The citizens can gather. And that's what we're trying to do here, is get all these things set up. Alright, so. With all that said, this is the next thing going on down here. This is for the bakery, so we need more wood for that. So you need 2 more wood. Let's go find a big tree down here, chop down. Okay. Alright, we unlocked more stuff. Alright, so this gives us our weapon bonus. After dashing, your scrolls cost 50% less energy for a short while. Nature damage, water damage, fire damage. Unlocks shroom bar recipe. There's necrotic damage. Affliction of magic. When you deal damage with to an enemy with a scroll, you have a 30% chance to significantly decrease their defense armor. Alright. Sure. Before we get too far, let's go ahead and assign someone to the bakery. Cool, we got someone working at the bakery now, so let's run over there. Alright. Okay, you need fuel. Gotcha, so I can only... Okay. So you can work on all that. Clay, concrete, abandoned chest. Oh, you know, I bet. Gonna do some science here. I bet if I take you and drop you in there, you probably become coal. Or you just get incinerated and don't become anything. I guess that works too. Right. So let's go ahead and pop over here. We can do quick stack those away. Quick stack these away. Blessed walking stick. Okay. It's got faster energy regeneration or more movement speed and magic damage. Those heal me all for a little bit. Oh, right, and the apple tree saplings. Ah, can only be plants in the forest. Okay, meanwhile, let's go ahead and start. So we have the bash, which is sledgehammer. Okay. So, not gonna be using you. Not gonna be using you. That was a quest item. Oh, that's the alright. Now I understand. That was the exclamation marks. So, we'll be able to make beer. We already apparently finished that one. Let's see here. Got some olive oil. It's not worth a whole lot. These are probably not worth a whole lot either. Nah, I want to keep those. That's fine. Okay, so which other ones do we have? You wanted a Denaris. Then go here. That gives us the market. So you need a moonstring, crystallized blood, mushroom skewers, emperor's salad, and bread. Which I'm sure we can make that all happen. In the meantime. Chuck you in there. Chuck you in here. Give me a stack of bread. Drop you in there, drop you in there, drop you in there, drop you in here. And you, and you, and you. Go ahead. Oh, and you. Alright, we can go ahead and run back in here. Drop all that in there. I'm assuming we'll get something like a windmill or something like that. I don't feel like dealing with that right now. Alright, we'll get something like a windmill or something that'll make that way better. Pop you over here. Yeah, so you're waiting on stuff here. Yeah, so it looks like we can make all this stuff to unlock more. I was hoping there'd be something here like flour or something like that. That we could have them work on processing the flour for me. I'm assuming we'll get like an automatic one of those things that'll work fine. So what's going on with our carpenter? You should be getting these wall built. You are set to construction. Used for creating declarations of war against trespassers of Rome. Okay. It's seeming like they won't just collect anything. Yeah, I was thinking a windmill, but you're correct. The water wheel would also work. All right. Okay, the miner found something special while out in their tasks. Where? An amethyst is not that special. You're still working in your stuff before I'll be able to have you get coal and all that goodness. So that's the baker. And you can put your output here. All right. So then the big question, though, is you're supposed to bring the stone here, and then that stone gets moved up here. Let's try this again. Yeah, that's the only one that doesn't seem to give me a choice. It's already connected. The lumberjack found something valuable while doing their tasks. Got chicken in the woods. Okay, so you found a bunch of like random seeds and mushrooms. I can get on board with that. Run over here and drop those seeds off. Okay. So with this, you can run over here. Alright, so the thing I'm catching on here, we'll drop you off, is that those exclamation marks finish up some of these other, like, God's quests or whatever. Oh, right, we should have our 2 pieces of our better armor ready. Let's go ahead and grab that from the leather working. Okay, so we got ourselves some upgrades. Let's go ahead, and I need to kill the owl thing one more time. That way I can get myself the boots to go with this set. And then hopefully we'll be able to get our next scroll pretty soon. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Comac. It's good to have you back. Well, good to be back. I keep saying that, it's good to have you back, and I'm the one who is gone. Alright, so we did just get the same items again. We're gonna hold on to the quest item here, because we can apparently use that to resummon the boss without having to do a whole big thing. Oh wait, there's different kinds of feathers? A pretty feather can be consumed by a citizen to gain a happiness. I'm a little concerned about the idea that it's consumed by a citizen, but sure, whatever. Alright, so let's go to the leatherworking person. Make sure we have the right things. So I need... Oh! So you made a better version of this. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting to know. So I actually have the full set. I didn't realize it was just dropping those.
Huh?
Thank you. Okay, so we got you happy. Yeah, so not too worried about that. And we can run over here to the mushrooms. All right. Got more mushrooms there. Chicken in the woods. That's fine. Okay. So we've already got our boots. Let's try and go to the next one of these areas to get our other goods. Do we unlock another building? I keep not paying attention. Right, we got the market. We got all those, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, you're all good. We can get the thing for making beer. That's all fine. Those are all fine. Put a well outside the blacksmith just because. All right. Yeah, it definitely feels like they should be taking the stuff from the storage and putting that to use. I'm not sure why they're not. And for that matter, I've got all this placed. Why are you not out there doing your stuff? So construction, construction, order. There should be stones in all these spots for you to actually work in, and plenty that don't have them as well. Alright, so let's see here. We want to get way down over there to the left. Get these things off our list as best we can. I meant to check what our next spell upgrade requires. So I want to get that done because getting more damage will be a big one. TwitchCon was good. Had a good time. Had a little bit of difficulty on the travel side, but nothing that couldn't be overcome or whatever. All right. So it's a bit of a nothing burger of a place. Yeah, Scattered Spoils awards the quest item. Oh, that's not even where we're supposed to be going. The actual place we're going is farther down. Yeah, let's maybe not mess with Mama Bear and the cubs right this second. Alright. Well, there is a water wheel on this building. Let me in this place. What am I getting hurt by? Oh, I'm poisoned. Okay. Alright. But yeah, no, TwitchCon was good. Got to hang out with a bunch of people. That was dumb. I even noticed it was glowing green when I went up to it. But, got to meet up with a bunch of people who, you know, like, friends I don't get to see very often and all that kind of good stuff. A lot of useful talks and whatnot. All that kind of stuff. So, all in all, really good things. Gave myself plenty of time after the con to, you know, hang out with some of the friends, go see some of the sites since it was my first time in Rotterdam. So, like, I want to say one of the big highlights for Tomb, and me as well, is the SS Rotterdam is an old steamship that was over there. Used to be an ocean liner, then later became a cruise ship, and then later became a hotel, which is what it is now. But you can, like, tour the engine room and everything, which is still the same way it was when it's built in the late 1950s, which is all really cool. I posted a bunch of pictures of that on the Discord. Alright. That's an offhand javelin, 1 damage. Got some beer and all that. Ow. Okay. Alright, you looked more dangerous than you were. Deal with that in a second. Alright, we're just getting all these buttons pushed. Okay, got that one. Okay, you're still chasing. You can do it. I have mild faith in you. Yeah, there you go. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but hopefully that won't be a problem. All right. Feeling all the wine. Okay, and this will get another room open. My assumption is that back room we were just at. Ow. My assumption is that back room we were at, that we had the big cloaked guys, is where I need to be to, like, finish this place. Well, trinket of crit damage and all that. Alright, so something's gotta go. The rusted sword is kind of hot garbage, so give me this. So the plan here had been, the guy in the cloak seemed properly dangerous. As the Betaman did that. Okay. Hit decently hard, otherwise not that big a deal. Okay, alright, so that's crystallized blood. We got a bearer cowl. Alright, so we got inventory management to do here. Wheat's not that important. Let's grab you, read you immediately, grab you, read you immediately, grab you. Grab the quest item. Planks are not a big deal. We can get those easily enough. Grab that. Eat the bread. Grab those. The amethyst is not that big a deal. Sticks are easy to come by. Got a higher rarity, so we might grab that just in case it can be offered cheaply. Well, I've already got one. Oh no, that's 10% and 1 damage. Not super useful for anything. Wheat seeds aren't a big deal. Okay, so we got the quest items. Let's get out of here. Need to be careful. I'm grabbing way too many people. Whole pack of bears. You can just keep doing your thing. No. We're cool. I'm going my way. You stay your way. We can all live to see another day, especially me. Okay, farther to the east. Alright, so we can go over here and get that all situated. I do not have an apricot for you. Okay, so. Like that. You do wish we could relocate fences easier? Yeah, no, it feels like there's a lot of stuff that it'd be nice to do. Alright, so we got worship points with a lot of people. That's the quest item. Now lets me make clay pits. Alright. What else do we have here? That's fine. That's fine. Oh, she really likes the chests. That's fine. Go ahead and take that from me. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look. You're up to level 4 now, so I'm assuming in one more level we'll get over here. So I'm tempted to put that off. Okay. Have additional goods. Alright, so you want grapes, beer, drum, and lyre. You want the moonstring. You want me to defeat a raid. You want 5 bread, mushroom skewers, and salads and all that. Well, you're gonna have to wait because I don't have all those things handy. Go here, quick stack all those away. For that matter, there's beer. Oh, you won't take the beer? That's fine. You'll take the beer. Meanwhile, I can run over here. Quick stack all you away. Run over here. Quick stack you away. Alright, so it's crit and health. Or magic damage and movement speed. Alright, so crit and health we'll probably just get rid of for right now. There's a bunch of food for them. Alright. So we are building stuff. Okay. Just loading up all the logs we can. This person's been busy this whole time we've been away. So you can get quite the train going. Did you go with the multiple material storages? The 50-50 is a 15-15 is a bummer. I'd have to look at it. We just need to grab one more clay. Bring it up here. What was this all about? Okay. So we'll want to go ahead and get that set up to have someone working at it. That's not the right place. So we've got one of you to work market stall. There's no one to work there. So the rest of these are all sorted for the time being. Let's see what else we got for buildings we can make now. So we've got the clay pit. Okay, we've got the market, we've got all these. Those are all sorted, nothing new and all that. Okay, so just going ahead. Queuing up for them to expand this as well. Okay, so you got all that to build. So what we can do here... Alright, so you're selling yellow onions, dates, an adventuring hat, which gives movement speed and energy. Cape of the Fallen unlocks the leather working recipe Cape of the Fallen. Deal. Torch, arrows, wood, plank, splint. Okay. Stop giving me those. Stop getting stuck in yourself. Okay. So you're still gonna need way more logs. That shouldn't be too bad to make happen. Cool. So you just need 6 logs, and I happen to have a tree right here that'll give me 3. Okay. So you need just 1 more log from in town. Let's go grab that, bring it back out here. We can get the next building built. I have to check on everything else is doing. Yeah, so right now, I would say the one big thing that is a little annoying is we got the storage unit hooked up, or the storage building hooked up to our carpenter. We have our carpenter set who is, in theory, supposedly building our buildings as needed. But that's the theory. Alright. So we've got this. Oh, forever hit the wrong buttons. Hey! Fine. I'll deal with this myself. Okay. Well, actually, let's start down here on this edge. I'll take my long Congo line of all this. You can start building from the bottom up. There's a lot. There's a construction guy just not getting it done. All right. And we can get all this built. And I need to remember to check the recipe at the Leatherworker for our better spells. Because we've been leaning in doing the spell casting thing and then not making our actual equipment. We're just being carried by the stuff we already had. There we go. Imagine we'll find better roads too. They'll probably take like stone or whatever to make. Okay. Let's check our assignments because I don't remember what buildings I did finish. We can go over here. So we got one spare person to put there. Okay, so we want to assign anyone else. We're gonna have to get that all sorted. So let's run over here, make sure you're all set up, get our logistics thing all set up. Okay, so digging clay, do forever. You've got it. No problem. So let's go over here to the logistics building. And your output goes over to your input. And I'll bring the clay over. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Yeah, it looks like the clips broke. I'll have to go and see what's going on with that later. Oh, it is what it is. Alright, so we grabbed a bunch of stone and all that. We got that all hooked up. We got the clay logistics hooked up. So we bring that in. So let's go and bring you around over here. Oh, that's the wood gate, isn't it? Let's go over here and grab the one log I need for the wood gate. Meanwhile, let's go over here to your stuff, since you're being utterly useless on this construction nonsense. Okay, so Townstone Road upgrade. Definitely gonna regret that over time. All right. Okay, we can bring this over here more. Just slowly expanding that. It's a fun one. There's definitely a couple of pain points, but I'm definitely enjoying it. Like, we have the person supposed to be doing our construction, but doesn't seem to want to do it. And it's not even the grindiness for sure. It's, like, we got our construction person, I've got, like, the resources supposedly going to him. So, it's just not working. It could be that I'm just not doing it right. But it's okay, like, it's not that big a deal to do the construction. It is one of those things, these kind of, like, survival crafters, if they aren't a little bit grindy, you just finish them so fast. For construction, I just need a supply station. It needs to be loaded with goodies. Yep, I got it. I think it might just be bugged for me is all. But isn't? Yeah. Like I said, he might just be bugged. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I probably should just go in and at least reset him. All right. Oh, so you're playing this? Yeah, no, I played the demo when it came out with Next Fest. And we had fun with it. I just only did the first boss of the Next Fest demo because there wasn't a whole lot past that. And being it was such a short demo, I just didn't want to put the time in. Oh, I'm seeing a problem with that spot. That's fine. Alright, so let's try unassigning and reassigning people. So you can go here. Take you off. Put you on. And so just double checking. We've got the output of materials going to the input over here. Now I'm actually getting to choose it again. So it's only giving me the option to request items and resources as needed. Now we go back here. We had you making the floors. We put you back into construction. Now I've got that set. Could it be that the gardener shop only builds with wood, not stone? That'd be... Like, I get the idea, but that'd be really kind of weird mechanically. Alright, so we got all that sorted out. Was there anything else built? Yeah, no, it's, I don't think that's the case. It's not that it's not possible that it could be the case, but... Alright. Alright, we put, you down here. So grab these real fast. All right. So if we get the bottles, we can make beer from there. That's fine. Okay, and how is our food supply going as we keep increasing the population? We're doing relatively okay. We can leave the rest on us. Alright, so we got another, like, dungeon, whatever, area over here to do. We're gonna run down and do that. Okay. Drop off the saplings. Let's go get this last one here. And I just remembered I was going to... get my better spell again, and I forgot once more. Okay. Get in here. Trying to find our way to the next quest objective, whatever. Okay. Okay, you can shoot through walls. That's some BS there, friend. Alright, so that's kind of annoying that I forgot to bring proper food with me. That's fine. Okay, we can go over and get this door open. What the heck are you? Alright, well there's the quest item ready. That's good news. Alright. Yep, so that was more just run there than actually do anything here. We cleared the whole thing in just no time at all. That's okay. Let's go ahead and run our way back, because that should finish out that set of objectives. Then it'll be the matter of like going, okay, what's next to get the gods to like us, because it seems like all of these are what are unlocking our crafting benches and whatnot. So they're kind of our progression locks. And then after a while, they'll be like, okay, it's time to take on the next boss. Alright. Because then one thing we're going to need to do is build up somewhere in like the forest biome or whatever. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay, so we got the thing I need to sacrifice to make the gods happy. I was gonna see if there's an easy way to pick this up, but it's fine. I should have a ton more of these. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this stuff. So there's bonus with one of them. That's the quest item. So that lets me make a well. So you need grapes, a drum and a lyre. You need me to defeat a raid, and you need all these kind of things for the water wheel. And you need me to deal with the granite tooth. As my memories return, so do my powers. I sense that an ancient creature long buried has awoken, hidden beneath the desert sands. Alright, so we're going to the desert. That's fair enough. Blacksmith level gain, sure, why not? Baker experience, sure, why not? Let's see here. Vendor prices, sure, why not? Hey, Treacle. It's good to see you. Yep, And happy Pride Month and all that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of people like, oh, I'm looking forward to using their, using the Pride emotes. Like, nope, I keep my Pride emotes year round. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Got the pleasure of hanging out with them at TwitchCon. Definitely someone worth checking out. Does some nice really fun RimWorld stuff over there, and among other games. Not this way try hard RimWorld, but nice, relaxing. You can kind of just really enjoy the time and all that RimWorld. But no, it's definitely a lot of fun to hang out with TwitchCon. Yeah, so you would need more planks. Okay, we're getting more road and all that stuff built. Yeah, no, it's absolutely, it was an excellent time. So Cape of the Fallen. We did get the Cape of the Fallen recipe, so let's go check with the blacksmith and see what we can do. And some of the other ones. Alright. Yeah, so the bronze, we don't know how we make that yet. I assume we'll find like bronze ore or tin ore or something like that to combine. We can run up here to the leather worker. So we can get the druid sandals, which gives us nature damage. We got a bunch of weapons for bludgeoning. Cape of the Fallen is a back item that gives us resistance to necrotic damage. So the cultist headpiece, cultist robes and all that. So the ones I'm already wearing is the storms or feathered. Yeah, so the cultist set looks like it'd be our upgrade. And that's what, gold thread? Bronze thread. Yeah, so we don't have what we need to do that. In the meantime, what we can do here is make the cape. So we can pop on down here. Alright, so we got a trinket I'm not going to use. Boots I'm not going to use. Beer and all that we're going to get rid of. That we're going to get rid of. Already got better. Alright. Let's see. Bronze ore makes you shudder because it's kind of... because there was kind of such a thing. There was copper ore that had just the right impurities to smelt into kind of bronze. But one of the famous example is arsenic bronze. You might imagine how unhealthy that was to work with. Yeah. There is control clicking. I keep trying to shift click it though because that's what I'm used to it being. Which doesn't work. It makes me dash. Okay. But that's just a me problem. Let's run down here. Alright. We cook a little bit of our food here real fast. I've not been keeping up on this thing. Alright. Let's check in you. Yeah, we got a bunch of salves and all that stuff. Things will be useful once we got like glass blowing or whatever it is. Oi, my apologies. Oh, and also... yeah, I'm not sure what it's like the 1, 2, or 3. What it's all blocked by. Okay, so let's check on... your quest. I need to go to the desert. You would just need to get bread and all sorts of stuff. So for right now... you can pop over here real quick. Go into your storage. Alright. You're still doing your thing. We are going to want more food on us. But you are slowly working your way through this food. I'm gonna need to process some of this wheat here real quick. Alright. Okay. Let's grab all of you out of here. Pine cones in. Oh, it was pulling that out of there. Oh, that's upsetting. Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's working correctly. It's just upsetting I'm putting the work in and inventory's still full. Alright, so what are you unhappy about? You would like wine. So I can tell you to make bread, but you need fuel. Then for the Emperor's salad, I need a bunch of different veggies. You can get a donkey to walk in circles instead. You can get, I believe it's going to be a water wheel. Yeah, so I need to make the Emperor's salad, the mushroom skewers, and the bread. Which is hard to make happen because my people are constantly eating everything. For right now, I'm just going to go over here with the bread situation and go... give. Alright, so let's see here. We need to find the desert. We're just going to run in a direction and make things happen. Oh yeah, we never finished any of these. Alright. Much better when you actually have armor and a weapon to do these. Because the first time we went in here, we just got slaughtered horrifically. Because it just couldn't do enough damage, they just pushed me into a corner and killed me. Okay. Okay. I'm hoping we'll get some good stuff in these. Alright. Alright. Alright, those guys suck. Just put that, like, laser beam on you and just start going. I also just remembered I still have not gone to the leatherworking person and upgraded my spell like I keep saying every single time I go to town I need to do. Okay. How many floors do you have? Okay, and that one dropped a scroll. That's a scroll we haven't seen before. Ow, that was just dumb of me. Let's see, could be an infinite dungeon, like versus quick would be really funny. I'd be surprised if it was. I'd expect it to massively scale up. So what did we get? So Magnus Bolt does 8 to 20 of the purple damage, versus I'm currently using Scroll of Novice, which is 6 to 8 just force damage. And its secondary effect is still Stone Skin. Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. Okay, that was spicy. That sounds like we finished the place music. Scroll of Diana, conjured arrow, 9 to 11 damage. Protective volley, 9 to 11 damage. That's more damage than my Magnus bolt that we just grabbed. Torn pelt. Sure. Yes, I wonder... Alright, sure, why not? Okay, so let's keep on moving through here. Not worried about that. All right. And it passes through things. Love to see it. Ah, it's got a slower fire rate. Okay. So it hits harder, slower fire rate, but it does have the ability to penetrate through enemies. Okay, got the daily report. Let's check to see how they're doing. Alright, everyone's leveling up. Love to see it. I already have too many people. Sorry, man. You're free to do what you want with your life. Oh, Mark says not cleared. Just on the right there? Oh, right. The chest. No, it should probably be marked as finished. Okay, now it's marked as done. Okay. We're just gonna go running off into the sunset. Okay. And grabbing all of this. I remember I had to put some level of effort into some of this stuff down here. Okay, so you're gonna grab all this out of here. I figured that was coming in a second now. Okay. What's this all down here? Oh, those are my crafting recipes. Let's see. So we can get rid of the 3 sticks, do this, smash the box. With that, we are on our way home. Okay. Oh, they're all turn all that. That's fine. That's amusing. Just shooting this past the trees is like, you got better at wood cutting. Just because I happened to go like that and hit a couple of trees on the way through. Alright, yep, so we're pretty close to town. We can just run on down here. Is the limit for people how many buildings you have, or fixed leveling? Oh, so we can keep adding more people. It's, I need to feed them. And if I keep giving myself more and more people... I mean, I also have, like, they have to be in a building, so I've got room here for people who don't have a job. Otherwise, they live in whatever place they're working at. But it's a thing that if I, just bring way too many people on, I don't have something for them to do, it just becomes a real big problem in that regard. Okay. So let's go here. So... drop those off. Drop that off. I might be doing throwing attacks. Those all look like they're crafting stuff. To choose not to get that person, it wasn't a mechanic stopping you? Yeah, no, it was more of a practicality stopping me. That, like, I could grab them, but I would, you know, be more of a burden than a benefit, really. Okay, so you're level 5. That did not unlock the next thing. That's okay. So let's go down here real fast. Drop all that off. Cook some food. Cooked scorpion meat. That sounds horrible. Okay, I can drop all this off. Okay, we can go over here. Drop all that off. You can drop the seeds off. Okay, so our mining person found something interesting while they're out and about. Go see if it's anything we care about. Oh, you found a bunch of stuff. You found a stone heart, which is a gift to give someone. Copper bar. Rock crystal, sapphire, a little bit of coal, and a rusted pickaxe. And I can now tell you to start going and getting me copper or coal. I'm going to have you start getting me coal for a little while. So you can chuck that into the bakery so they can actually do their bakery things. Yeah, so you need sticks and all that kind of stuff. In the meantime, you are making bread, which is good to see. Alright, I'll give you a gift. How about a stone heart? Okay, so you can go down in here, and we'll drop all this stuff in here. Yeah, so we don't know what the rock crystal's for, or the sapphire, right? Quite yet. Put down the red currant. Okay, let's try sacrificing some of these things real fast and see what we still have left. So we can drop you off and you off. There's your offering. Okay, so you slept a couple hours and come back to a whole town. Yeah, we're making progress. Yeah, so the lyre and the drum we don't know where to get yet. We haven't had a raid yet. And then this will be the mushroom skewer and the emperor's salad. Oh, that's right. I needed those things for the Emperor's Salad. It's fine. Did we unlock any of our recipes? I don't think we did, right? No. I mean, I guess we unlocked the well, but I have water already nearby, so I don't really have a need for it. Okay, so we're back out to trying to find the desert. That was just more of the plains over there, so let's try and cut north. If we can't find this desert. And I am going to remember to actually make my spell this time. And by that I mean I'm going to realize it's probably not as strong as the spell we already got. So I've got this one. Yep. So I'm pretty sure What he already has is just better. Because I got better spells down there. That's fine. So we have the cultist stuff, and now it's waiting on bronze thread and all that. We now have a cape to make us slightly resistant to necrotic damage. Yeah, so we definitely need to find the next boss to get that progression going. Which I did choose a large world at the beginning, which is larger than you have for your default settings. There goes Pong. It's like, but what? What ponged? Always makes me feel a little dumb when I just walk into the water. Part of it is I'm genuinely a bit on the tired side still from all the travel. Okay, let's go check this thing out. Okay. Ah, we got the drum. Okay. Interesting, so we need the key somewhere. So that's where we need the key up there. So my assumption what's going to happen here is there's going to be a spot to... I was expecting there to be a pad up here and have to do a whole thing where I had to like run one stone around to the other side, that kind of thing. But I guess not. So instead we just got to go run over here. And I got to switch out the key with this stone, so that way the pad stays pressed. It's actually not strictly necessary, but saves me walking the whole way around. I'm still waiting for one of these to be trapped or a mimic or something like that. But the important thing is we did get the drum, which is one of the two things we didn't know where to get. So my assumption is the lyre will either be in one of these places, or it'll be like a different different enemy. Trying to get a peek of what biome is past the forest. No, we're gonna find out this run. All right, let's get back. All right. And grab you. That'd be something worth checking out on the return trip. All right. Okay. Alright, so we got all this figured out. The thing we want to watch for is they want to make sure I'm saving some material for making the Emperor's Salad or whatever it's called and the mushroom skewers. Because that's some things we need. Take a look in here. Alright, so mushroom skewer. Order one of those bad boys. And then the Emperor's Salad. I need cabbage, olives, these seeds or whatever. Did I not grab cabbage? Oh, I bet you my inventory is full and it's just dumping it on the ground. That's fine. We might actually have the cabbage in one of the other buildings or whatever. So let's start with this stuff. Okay. Cool. So now if we go to our quests, we just need the lyre and some grapes. We need to defeat a raid. And we're making the mushroom skewer, and we just need a little bit of bread. We just do that. Give myself 5. Okay, we got our new daily report. Oh, you're good. It looks like I gained a point in favor at some point and completely missed it. Alright, so we can get nature damage, water damage, cosmos necrotic, all that kind of stuff. When you damage an enemy with a scroll, you gain, you significantly decrease that. I want to go for the necrotic damage, so I think I'm going to go nature, necrotic, affliction. Melee attacks have a chance to hit, to instantly cast or equip scrolls uncharged spell free. Nice. You can now equip scrolls in your main hand as well. Excellent. Dealing damage to it, enemies invigorates you, increasing energy regen. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna work our way down through like that to try and get where we can just kind of keep throwing spells. Full inventory is the true boss in all these games? Yes. Yes, it is. A quick stack all that away for right now. And we were checking on... Okay, so you don't have anything there. Oh. Oh my. I got wheat. I got all the wheat. Oh, did you already put in here? Okay, let's see if we can't grab that skewer before someone eats it. Pretty sure they already did. Looks like the problems will be 100% solved with the water wheel. Yeah, alright. So mushroom skewer, to get more of that, I need more wood sticks. So let's get some wood sticks. I also need those. And we just gained another point in favor. Okay, so there's the necrotic damage. Okay. So mushroom skewers. 5, you make 4. Do trees and bushes grow back? I believe so. I won't swear to it, but I believe so. We're just waiting to see the skewer show up here. Hey, Justus, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Justus TV, by the way, another fantastic content creator on the platform. And someone you should definitely consider checking out, all that good stuff. But, what were we streaming today and how was it? Romestead. That would make sense that you would be checking us out. Alright. Today's been our first day playing, but I hope you had a really good time. Trees need to be planted with seedlings? Yeah. I caught the trees, or the question was the bushes. You know, definitely a good time. Alright, so we need the Emperor Salad. But yeah, no, I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. And you made good progress. We're still relatively, I would say relatively early. I actually don't know if this is relatively early. We're still relatively doing things. Alright, so I'll give me the Emperor's Salad. And then once we sacrifice that, we should be down to just, I think, the Lyre. And then that'll be the next thing there. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and start chucking all this junk in here. They don't care about that. It's gonna take them a minute. I can't make this myself, right? Yeah, let's just wait. Because we're gonna get the mushroom skewers, and then we're gonna get the Emperor Salad. Hey, Hekami, how's it going? If we can get a shout out for Hekami next as well. Another fantastic content creator. Haven't been able to catch you to see what you've been up to. Doing some 007 First Light. Nice. Odd your Twitch didn't show you live? Oh, weird. I do know there's been some weird stuff like, if you're already in Twitch when someone goes live, sometimes it doesn't give you the notification and show it. Which is a bummer when that happens. Oh, well, I dislike it not showing me live to people. That's a bummer. Hopefully that gets resolved. I'm just waiting for the Emperor's Salad to show up here. Because once I grab that, we can sacrifice it and see if we can't get some more progression. Boom, there's the salad. Thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. That's 29 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. You actually a super fan? Yeah. Alright. We can do the water wheel, so then we have just a raid, grapes, and a lyre. So let's see about making this water wheel, which I assume will allow me to do flour without being a colossal pain in the butt. That's quite a ways out there, so that's probably not going to work great. That's okay. I didn't at all pay attention to what it needs, because I figure I could pretty much grab whatever it could possibly need. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Huh. That's moderately concerning. I know Twitch has been doing a lot of changes, like since TwitchCon EU. For those who miss stuff like now moderators, you know how you get your stream streak? Moderators get the same thing. Or it's more like a sub-anniversary, but instead it's moderation anniversary or whatever. They only come in 6 months increments, so like 6 months, 1 year, year and a half, so on and so forth. But I think it's pretty cool as a way of just like, you know, letting the mods celebrate who's, you know, been modding for longer and yada yada. Okay. Which didn't show you... Oh, since you weren't following? How dare you? Nah, it's all good. There's definitely been people I've watched a number of times. It's like, wait a second, I'm not following this person. How on earth did that happen? Could have sworn I was following them. Yeah, I assume with the not follow, it's stuff like, you know, pocket unfollow kind of things, or, you know, Twitch has glitched stuff in the past before. Okay, so I need some wood and all that. I was gonna manually drop it in because I'm concerned if I park my wagons on there and craft it, it pushes them to the side. I'm worried about them being pushed into the water and causing weirdness. It's not really that big a deal to do this. Okay, so that's perfect. Alright, so we are going to want to go to assignments. Yeah, no, it's really easy to overlook. But yeah, alright. I don't know. I don't need to be looking at this. So, you don't have anyone to get assigned to that. That's fine. So that means you need to take the logistics stuff. Alright, so we're going to grab the output from here. Aw, come on. Don't do this. Come on. It's ever so slightly too far down this way. It's weird, because I was allowed to build that up there with no problem. But now suddenly I can't get to that same place. What? Is it based on where I'm standing, maybe? It is based on where I'm standing. Okay. Alright, so we got all this, so let's now turn around. And hit the wrong buttons. Sorry, I thought I was gonna sneeze and it just didn't happen. Okay. Are you actually getting that built now? Was that still what I had queued up from last time? Okay. Okay. Did Lego back in the 1800s? Maybe, I don't know. It's not something I particularly... Those rocks look like them? Oh, no. Yeah, I'd expect Lego to be like a way later thing. It's always hard to tell because sometimes with stuff like that, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, there was a, like a wood one or whatever before they went into plastic and all that, and you never know. It's also one of those things that you'll think something has been around for like ever and ever and find out it's like, oh yeah, that was only made a couple years ago. It's just very ubiquitous kind of everywhere. Okay, so we got all this all cleaned up. So it's a little dicey that I've got this thing way out here. The tops of the fence look very Lego. Okay, I mean, maybe it's coming across that way in the broadcast. It doesn't look super, super Lego to me in-game. So much as having squares to them. Like it doesn't look like it's got little tabs or whatever. Okay. And just filling in chunks of the wall. Alright. Okay, so what we need to do is get rid of a lot of this stuff. So let's try going up to the water wheel up here.
Husband,
Hi, wifey.
I just wanted to give you some kisses.
Why would you do this to yourself?
You're silly.
I love you more. Okay, so I got the water wheel going, which is somehow turning on a stationary lake. We won't think too much about it. Yeah. No, exactly. She tends to pop in and out pretty quick at times. Quick stack that all away. We're fine here. Go to the food pantry. Quick stack that away. We can chuck the trees in here. Yeah, we can cook some of this meat. Alright. And drop all this off in the pantry. We got tons of leather and sticks and all that kind of stuff. Okay, the cabbage is something that they can eat. They got our things to snack on. Alright, and I'm assuming you got nothing new showing up here. That's not the right one. Nothing new showing up down here. Nope, same items we've been seeing. Good to hang out with Toom. She's just as wonderful as you'd expect. Yeah, no, Toom's excellent. Alright. So, still not seeing any sign of desert here. So, we're going to go ahead and break east this time. And again, see what we can figure out. One thing I might also do, let's pop in here. Give me those. And for right now, a stone road, a town road. I'm going to tell them to repeat that forever. Okay. And slowly but surely, we're going to start working on expanding the roads this place. And start figuring out our way out here. It'll also be worth it for me to start making, like, roads into other biomes and whatever. Oh. Oh, I didn't really bring a whole lot of food with me, did I? That's probably okay. What's the worst that could happen? And we just strolled right into their home and murdered everybody. Okay, is this desert down here or more plains? It's looking more plains as to me. Oh, there's a building down here. Okay, looking at the town report. People are leveling up, and we got another underground area here. All right. And, oh, we got a little bit of cash up here. And just snuck in, grabbed a little bit more stuff I don't really care about. Any tips on where to place the town? I don't think it matters that much. I would say maybe make sure you have a couple of tiles of water nearby. Not like, it doesn't need to be like a lot like a big old lake or river, but just not nothing. Because there is the water wheel. Probably start in the initial biome. But I don't think it's one of those games that if you place in the wrong place, you're gonna be like, ah, I made a mistake, I placed in the wrong place, whole game ruined, like that kind of thing. I don't believe it's anything that severe. Alright. Okay. Just again casting the spells. Now it cameos of me. Yeah, it picks an open fire on the ground. What am I missing to make myself another open fire? Nothing. So the Divine Flame reveals what I'm looking for. That would show up on my map. Don't know. That doesn't seem to be showing me anything in the direction I need to be going. We're looking for a desert. Okay, do we have enough for another fire? I do. No, it keeps telling me to put these flames. It may have developed an appendage now. We're exploring a bit more. Ow. Okay. So just gonna go and ransack their home. What do you do to show them support and all that good stuff? Could you not be a jerk goat? Okay. Alright, all this is going smoothly. Think we're down to the goats and all monsters? Yeah. Okay. I think my arrow hit the one way back here, just going by it. And I know there's a person in that cage, but I don't really have use for... Oh, hey. More people right now. Oh, I didn't destroy this thing, that's right. Bronze grappling hook gives me extra throw damage, that's interesting. So we found our first piece of bronze equipment. We haven't found bronze yet. Okay. Alright, that was interesting. And we got another one to go into. Have a sip of some beer. Okay, so our spear is gaining a lot of levels now. As are our scrolls. You can definitely tech in the hell in the fact that I can just run up and just smack on them versus beforehand I was very, very easily being kind of overrun. With some of these, I have to like really kind of push to make it happen. Venus's perfume use untethering. Interesting. They got olive oil. We'll chuck you on the ground here. Let's see. Chuck you on the ground, grab you, pop the box. We should definitely be heading back relatively soon, considering we're running out of stuff to, collect inventory-wise. Alright. Got another underground area. Okay. All right. So we gotta clear some inventory. What do we want to get rid of? We only got 2 sticks. Let's grab that. That's this whole ruin fully exhausted. My inventory straight up losing the war, but we're just continuing to run farther and farther out. Okay. Okay. Alright. Can't imagine this goes much far without at least some biome change. Okay. Got another thing here. Is everyone you meet hate you in this game? No. There's like all the humans are friendly actually. These are stuff like zombies and all that. Like if we find a survivor in a camp or whatever, they don't hate you, they actually want to join you. Alright, so I'm not running in there because our inventory is full, so even if I finish it... Ow! Okay. We've got pine. We're not pine mint. Oh, come on. Declaration of war. Declaration of war. Start a Vizvax siege. Fellow Mediterraneans, I am Vizvax, leader of the desert satyrs. You have been encroaching on satyr lands for far too long. Please accept this declaration of war so we may proceed to the attack. All the best. Okay, so I think that's what we need, that we use that. It triggers a raid, and then we gotta fight to survive. At the moment, I don't really care about half of these enemies. My inventory is entirely full. But yeah, so we definitely need to make some roads. So getting to and from some of these places isn't nearly as long. Yeah, it played some pretty ominous, concerning music there. Okay. But yeah, so it seems like what we'll want to do is pretty soon from here we'll want to oh my god, so far. Pretty soon from out there in like the outskirts, we're gonna want to go ahead and start like getting a separate second smaller village built out there that's just like the stuff for mining or whatever. So that when we go need to get bronze or whatever. Okay. And also, I believe if I make a second village, we can teleport between them once I make the second altar. But if it's based on biome, what I might be able to do is figure out what direction the nearest forest is to my starting village, and just go with that. That's water. I'll spawn again. It's fine. It's only mildly extremely embarrassing. Okay. I should also potentially jump on that road and follow the road. I forgot we did that way earlier. Okay, so once we drop everything else off, we're gonna take this declaration thing. So quick stack those away. Okay, so for offerings, those give me a bunch of reputation. We're not going to use that. We're not going to use these. I'll see if that gives me anything worthwhile. I'll give up my regular grappling hook because that one's better. Take the extra boxes. I don't need them. The rotting bow we could take. Go ahead and take those. All right. So we're slowly leveling all of them up. We can run over here. Cool. Drop off recipes over here, or stuff in there. Drop you off here. Cook some food. Okay. Yeah, it's a caster helmet. Let's see. Healing and energy regeneration. I already have... Or the magic damage and movement speed. That's fine. Are you sure you want to start the siege? It's highly recommended that you upgrade your gear and build defenses in your nearest town. I just realized I did not build a ballista up here. It ain't gonna get built in time because that meter's filling up relatively fast. Alright, so we're gonna get our first raid. We don't have like an icon on the map being like, yo, this is where they're coming from or anything like that. So we're just gonna have to chill here for a minute. There's just regular zombie boys. That's not what we're waiting for. I'm assuming it's the green things that we've been seeing. Hey, Coppery, thank you so much for the 90 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. And I can't shoot through these walls. My assumption is this is going to be a real messy fight, and I'm going to have to basically kite stuff and fight them myself. Alright, and here they come. Okay. You are one tanky boy. Okay. Okay. All right. Malformed satyr. Okay. So he did trash a bunch of her walls. We definitely got the grapes we needed. So, with that, we killed a bunch of them. So what all did we get? Malformed Satyr Horn, which is a quest item. We got a bunch of spoils of war. We got some wine. All people are like, oh, you almost got hurt. Everything's awful. Well, I am giving you wine. Alright, so let's go ahead and check in these things. So quests. Alright, so you'll let me get pottery. So you need grapes and a lyre. And you want the satyr horn. So here's the satyr horn. Reveals the locations of the satyr's hideout. There's spoils of war. Spoils of war. So you're up to 5 now. So you got lots of these points. There's the grape, so we just need the lyre. Alright, so we've given a bunch of people wine and all that. Stack that away. Is the game like Stardew? Not really. I mean, there's definitely like a non-zero amount of mechanics overlapping, but it's definitely a lot more like Core Keeper. Just not underground. Okay, we can run over here. Give me a little bit of the bread. Okay, now meanwhile, let's go here. We can get a pottery building. And it's required to be near the material depot. It appears to be considered close enough. Alright, what else do we have here to worry about? Okay, got all that queued up to be rebuilt. That's all fine over there. Okay. And there's more road. It's got some defense stuff, like you've got the ballista here and all that, or the catapult. It's not super leaning on that. It's a lot more like Terraria, Core Keeper, all these. Okay, so oh dear God, are you out there? Okay, it is time for a journey, because that boss is on the moon, and might as well be. Okay. Stop it. You all just do your thing. I got places to be that aren't dealing with thee. Okay. I can keep on running along this road. I'm not gonna worry about going in the individual dungeons. We're just gonna keep on cruising until we either see their lair or until we see like a boss spawner or something like that. Let's reveal that on the map at least. There's a big scar across the middle of the map. Okay. So now what we're probably going to want to do is when you get way down here to where the satyr is, there's a very good chance we're going to want to build a home nearby so that we have like a spawn point, we can get our stuff going on there. We'll just want to make sure it's in a different biome. And the reason we're doing this is a hecking hike. Does the game have teleport? Yes, when you build your towns, you'll get altars. Then you can teleport between those altars. Now, I don't know if there's like any kind of cost to doing it or limitations or anything like that. Okay. The fact that this pierces makes a lot of this way easier than it probably should be. Okay. Because, like, I should have to run down there and deal with that, or expend a bunch of ammo, or whatever. Or not be able to kill the little minions at the same time. But we found this spell, and it's a pretty good one. And they definitely got tankier once we got out here. Just the satyrs just like running into the chasm. No consideration at all for their own well-being. Like, it should be able to shoot back this whole time. It just can't because I'm obstructing the wall. So you just regular wood or something special?
Husband.
Hey, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I love you.
I love you more.
Stay here, Mom.
I can't stay what I'm not. Hey, Selford Sal. Thank you so much for the raid. And thank you for the Gigantified treacle, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the raid, Selford Sal. If we can get a shout out for Selford Sal. Another fantastic content creator on the platform doing some oxygen not included. I assume you are getting ready for the DLC coming up. What?
Huh.
Oh. I was not expecting a person to be hiding under that tree. But yeah, getting ready for the DLC coming out here in, was it like a week or so? The aquatic one. So the skeletons right now are proving to be a pretty significant threat. So that's where that is. You started before you heard about the DLC? Well, that's just bonus then. Alright. Keep on running down towards where the boss is, and we're going to start building a new village down here because we're on the other side of the planet. It's going to be rough because those skeletons of the sword, between their slowing and how much damage they do and how tanky they are, is the whole thing. But that's okay. Okay, so we've got clay over here. Alright. Keep forgetting their heads pop out and fight you more. But yeah, and I'm looking forward to the DLC as well. Like, I only heard about it the other day because it's over at TwitchCon, so it's like, you know, getting back and having all things. All right. Where's my wagons? Okay, so let's grab this. get over to where we see the spot of clay and all that. Okay, so we got a little oasis here. We've got some clay. So this is where we're going to start building our desert base. I don't know why you died, but that worries me a little bit. Ow. Okay, we got our town report. Okay, they're all happy because we did fend off a siege. Got aloe. So what I'm gonna do here is there's like a little bit of a base they've already built here. I'm just gonna take what they got. Okay, so gained a favor point. Let's see. We can go ahead and make it so as we hit stuff with spells, we weaken them against spells, so it rewards me for continuing to keep damage up on the same target. Okay. So we got grapes and grape seeds. These will all be good. Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna probably have to destroy those. Alright, so let's start this by going... Get away, Scorpion. Where is a crafting bench? I need planks. Right. Well, this is interesting, because to do the planks, I have to set a log on top of something. We haven't found a tree that drops a log for me out here. Because the palm has been dropping sticks. Right? I don't think I care that much. Right. So I'm not seeing a way we can get wood logs out here. You give me... I wouldn't expect you to give me logs. Yes, we're just doing a quick run around. Okay, let's leave that alone for a minute, but that's interesting. feel like dealing with that. Okay, I think the answer here is we basically just keep running around until we find... Oh, don't tell me I have to cut down the apricot trees as like a painfully inefficient form of wood. I imagine we don't. Okay. Ooh, what are you? Do you need pickaxe to effectively deal with the rock crab thing? Probably. Okay, so we got a couple of trees here. Okay, we got a full inventory. It's not my favorite. Alright. So with that, that is enough for me to make the bench. I was gonna figure out what I'm doing with the, Okay. Alright, how do I want to go about this? So I pulled up the trees there. We can run back up here is where my wheelbarrows are. We can grab those to grab logs. Because I have a feeling that's going to be a whole big thing. Scorpion Stinger Spear. Okay, that's a nice upgrade. Yeah, because what I'm thinking is, we've got this wood. I don't anticipate getting that many saplings. Or that many trees. So I'm probably going to be leaning on is getting enough to get the altar going. Okay, whatever. Okay. Let's just put it here. I'm being too picky about it. Let's just put it here. Where's that bench? Okay, so what we need to do is a town core. I'll deal with the egg later. Alright, so grab you, drop you there. The real challenge is going to be how we're keeping people fed down here. Alright, so next up would be the altar, which is just stone. And it could very well be that the way you deal with this is maybe we can plant the grapes here. Yep, so now what I should be able to do requires altar teleport worship. Altar teleport worship? I have no idea what that means. I'm assuming that's farther down. I don't have access to it yet. Okay, well, that's fine. So what we're gonna need to do here is build an empty house for me to live in. And this is just that way I get my, respawn point. Okay, and if we look down here, took you on the ground. There's a campfire for cooking. All right. Okay, so what can we build here next? Well, actually, go ahead and offer some of these things up to get them out of my inventory. What are you? Snake skin, venom volley, nature resistance. So we do have a bonus to our nature damage. Okay, so that might be one to consider keeping, but probably not to use right now. Alright, so things we can build. We need stuff that doesn't really require wood. So the lumber yard will bring in wood. Oh, I can't build it in the desert. Interesting. At least I'm assuming that's what's going on. I was like, that's saying there's not enough trees nearby that it can't work. Versus that one has no problem in the desert. Okay, that's a whole thing. The quarry, on the other hand, does work in the desert. But that requires a lot of wood. Gotcha. So right now we're going to be highly, highly, highly limited on what we can do here. Now I can bar building a bunch of walls around here. So the thing I gotta figure out is how we're dealing with a bunch of this stuff. Can you set up trade routes so the wood can be brought here? I believe so, once we get the logistics thing built. We have to do a little bit of back and forth before we get that far. So we're not going to need this, this. That's going to do me no good here. That's going to be not really a thing to worry about. So apparently a chest in here. Okay. So we do have grapes. All right. You can get a chair, a shield, stuff like this. So there'd be some kind of bed. Yeah, so this is gonna be really tough. Is what this is gonna be. I think the reality is we gotta unlock whatever the next thing is to get all this going. Okay. We have an antidote, which gives us poison resistance, a health potion. For right now, we can go in here and say the seeds. Would you? I need to build the walls, and I'm putting it off. I'm gonna have to build the walls. Okay, let's just put down some wall areas. Whether or not we actually finish it all doesn't really matter. Put the gate way over there. You gotta get the place enclosed. It just gets more dangerous at nighttime. Okay. Because we can manage to get some of these walls closed in. We'll stop aggroing through everything constantly. And I do know that's a crab down there and just... That's fine. Alright. Okay. Hey, don't be a jerk about these things. All right. Yeah, so for like this one, I'm just gonna mostly close in just the house and this little oasis. Don't worry about doing more later. Okay. Weird, but fine. Okay. Oh, I see. The thing that got thrown at me earlier was a turtle. I was like, this is a weirdly slippery rock. Okay. I figure once we get all these rocks out of the way, or these walls closed in, we're just gonna dump most of the stuff in the box there. And my hope is after we kill the satyr, that'll get me to, like, the tier 2 things. And after we get the tier 2 things, I'm hoping we'll get the teleport. Then we'll get to see, like, how will things work moving between it. Like, will I need to ship food back and forth? Will I be able to ship, like, stone and resources and all that? Or only the processed goods? I'll have to figure out what all the limitations are there. Because I'm sure there'll be some. And then we'll have to set up the caravanning. And, like, again, what limitations there are there. It could be, like, the more dangerous the territory that occasionally that the caravans get attacked and I have to deal with it, or... you know, once in a while I just lose stuff. We'll have to figure it out. Okay. Only 3 more left after this one. I'm wrong. More than 3 left. I forgot that corner wasn't done. We'll get this spot filled in. All right. Okay. Looks like 4 more after this one. Alright. And I'm imagining, because we saw the ore over to the left there, I'm imagining that's probably tin? That we could then use that to work on making our stuff with. And that's probably where the wagons come in a big way as well. I could see this not being that bad to get the wood here. If we have, for example, like a good 8 or 9 wagons, we grab like 30 or 40 wood all at once. We can build a base in only a couple of trips. All right. Okay, so that should all be fully enclosed. So I've got my little hidey hole oasis here. Now, the downside is I don't have what I need to produce the other stuff. All right, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. The clip reel didn't work earlier. It'll only be a minute, so I'll be back in just a second. We'll try the clip reel to see if it works this time, though. But I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and I'm back. Yeah, no, it's not the bot broken, Luxray. Something happened with the thing we used to play the clip reel while I was gone. I just gotta figure, it might just be like an authentication thing or something like that. Unfortunately, it did just start acting up, you know, with me getting here and all that, so we don't really know what's the problem. I'll have to investigate off stream kind of thing. So I'm just taking all this stuff right now and just hucking all of it in here. They've got some good food here. Let's save the wine. Yes, I can grow that in desert. Okay. That should all be pretty good. Cook some more scorpion. Alright, so there's our home away from home. We're gonna run back up here. And go see about defeating this base. I'm curious what this is. I'm pretty sure this is going to be tin. It is tin. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's a little bit more significant than I was anticipating. That's okay. Got more trees over there. And I anticipate the other wagon being over here somewhere. There it is. All right. Okay. Okay. So we've disarmed the catapults. So just trying to destroy the spawn point there. Because we're gonna need to work through here. Okay. Ooh, okay. They suck. Alright. Just doing what we can to slowly chip away at all this stuff here. Okay, so we're getting lots of experience with like our scrolls and all that. Okay, so we got you now. Okay. Just trying to get to the point where we can do damage fast enough to deal with this. Give that ballista so I don't actually walk into it. Okay. We unlocked a new bunch of things. Okay, both of those are fine. So favors. Melee attacks have a chance to instantly cast our spell. We can put spells in our main hand as well. That's just hoping is that they don't share the same cooldown. There's a spawning building down there. Ow. It does be a little bit rough to approach. Let's check around the other way before we fully commit to that. Gotcha, so linen and flaxseed. Okay. Alright, we're getting some more cool stuff. It looked like another one of those triggered that there was in our hidden chest. Okay. And sorted. Also getting a bunch of linen cloth that was needed for stuff. Okay, so that's where we broke in this place. So we cleared all of this around the outside. We do have to go up and around there. I might be able to pick at some of the stuff from the inside down here. We'll see what limitations we've got. Okay. Yeah, so using the poison burst spell, I can break walls much easier than with my long-range projectile. The long-range projectile, because it can pass through stuff, is better for taking on the siege weapons. So then it can kind of do it from safety. Alright. Grab all this linen we can. Because that's good stuff. Alright. Okay. Okay. And that's another spawner down. And I'm assuming there'll be a big boss one when we get in here. Like it might be when I pull that lever or something like that. Now, before we touch anything down there, there was there's a ballista up here. Okay. So I've got all that figured out. Ow. Let's see what we got. So, for proper food, put you on the bar. You've made it this far, but it will do you no good. There will be no peace, no surrender, no forgiveness for what your people have done. Our leader, Sisyphax, awaits you in the corridor ahead, in our arena. You will face him, you will fall. Why are you attacking us? As Rome grew and encroached upon our lands, yet Bakchas bade us to give way against the better judgment we did. What did you do with this land? You ruined it. Like you ruin all of nature, bending the world to use and showing care only to profit could be made. Now disaster has struck Rome. Baracus is silent, and Perifax is proven worthy to lead us. He speaks of the great eye that sees all. He sees corruptions humans have wrought. We will not step aside again. The land will be ours once more, and you will fall as Rome did. Rome will be remembered as nothing more than a mistake. We will not fall. Others thought that, yet Sisyphax remains and they are gone. But if you truly believe so, go into the arena and prove it. We shall collect your remains once you are done, and then feed them to the soil. In death, you may yet contribute to the vines from which our wine grow. I'm going to not kill him in case that benefits me in any way. Alright. Really? Would you stop it so I can actually eat? He's leading me now and he wasn't at the beginning. Okay. Does he shout yippee when he jumps? Yes. Okay. So... give me that. What now? Ow, this can't be. You'll pay for this. And we have killed Sysfax, whatever his name is. Alright. So now's where things are going to get a little interesting, because we do have a lot of really good stuff. Honestly, that thing, to me, is scarier than everything else was in here. That slowing skull thing sucks. Oh my god, please. Can we have the satyrs back? The satyrs were way less awful to deal with. And I poked a hole in here. I poked a hole up here, which is where my carts are. Okay, so just grabbing a lot of tin. It's lucky that attack doesn't do damage, it puts a really heavy slow on you. So the idea is it hits you with that, and then you struggle to get away while it comes after you with the other stuff. So we're gonna run down to where we built our little area here. We can sacrifice the thing over here. Okay. Alright, 1 second. I'm doing okay. Blade swing while dashing. That's an interesting alternative. Yeah, I'll probably take that over the necro resistance. Yeah, I know it's not unusual for a lot of people to be sick after a con. It's pretty par for the course, unfortunately. Nature resistant and health. When consumed by a citizen, gives them a level in farming. Significant amount of stuff there. That's magic damage and armor for a trinket. Huh. Yeah, so you want a lyre, you want the granite tooth. So I killed that guy, and he did give me a piece of equipment that I would consider an upgrade. Ah, and he gave me some tin bars directly. Yeah, so I want to get that to one of our people. Okay, So let's consider. You can only plant in the desert, so we'll leave you here. You can only plant in the desert, so we'll leave you there. I'll grab the poison glands. You can only plant in the plains. Alright. Hey, stop it. Why are you so aggressive all of a sudden? Stop! You're gonna break my carts. Alright. You can make carts. These three I found. I made a bunch. But they're back home. Okay. Okay, you're all tin. There, so it should all be tin now. Stop hitting my carts. Oh, can't go through there. Hey. What the hell am I looking at on my left? Oh, I'm looking at the way out. Alright, hang on. We gotta double back here. And now we're on the road to freedom. Hey! Stop hitting my carts. I'm just trying to deliver my cabbages. Honestly, the daisy chaining the carts together is a pretty cool feature, even if it's a little jank. That's a lot of danger puppies. But yeah, no, it's not surprising that a bunch of people get sick. It happens almost at every convention. You know, you just got people showing up with whatever the latest bug is. You can't ever fully protect yourself against it. Like, it's always a gamble. But there's a lot of stuff you can to mitigate and whatnot. So, like, I tend to be very aggressive about washing my hands. I try and not be, like, hugging up on literally everyone. Like, don't get me wrong, there was a group of friends I was, you know, perfectly comfortable hugging with everyone. But, you know, it's just being mindful. Avoid touching your face as much as possible. Like, all that, again, you can still very much get sick doing that. It's not like if someone got sick, they weren't taking precautions. But you can mitigate it. I honestly managed to get away from most conventions without getting sick. Not always. There's definitely been 1 or 2 times I've gone sick from conventions. Like, the worst one was in, when I went to ExileCon in San Diego, or not in San Diego, in, New Zealand, where I got, like, properly got COVID and everything. Was just stuck spending the second half of that trip just sitting in my hotel room, kind of like in self-quarantine. The good news is we had kind of done everything we wanted to, but one thing before all that even happened. So, like, the only thing we missed out, which is a big bummer, was we missed out on the glowworm caves. You're 100% well, but you think it could have been worse. You had a trusty antibacterial gel to hand. You had a throat spray to help boost immune system a bit. Yeah. You know, have a lot of people who'll just get like a scratchy throat, but nothing more. And then you have people who get, like, you know, properly knocked down. Okay. So the curiosity here is, will I want to... Alright, so the catch here is, in real life, iron is tin and bronze, or, well, it can be a couple things, but tin and copper is the typical one you hear about. Alright. So what we need to do now is find copper. Now the curiosity is, will I need to, as copper ore, put a copper ore and a tin ore into the furnace? Or will I be able to just straight up... It's probably going to be the ingots, that I could take the ingots and... Like, I don't know how you blend them in this game. Hey! That's something to be mindful of. That dude grabbed my card and started going. Stop it. Hey! Leave my carts alone. We got a bunch of coal. I can just mine for that. Honestly, are probably good. I'll scooch around a little bit out here for a minute, but then we'll circle back regardless of whether or not we find more copper. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let's grab this and do some science. Grab one of you, grab one of you. Okay, so we got the copper and the tin. So bronze bar. Okay, okay, that's actually pretty easy. I basically just need to make them. And have our blacksmith get to level 2. Then our blacksmith gets to level 2. Then we'll be good. Okay, so with that in mind, just start hucking all the ore in here. So what I'm gonna need to do is get the other location stabilized enough Oh, I see what's happened here. We stopped collecting stone because I switched it over to coal to fuel my other stuff, and I didn't switch it back, so now we're out of stone coming in. That's one way to get rid of it, just slam a rock against it so hard that it gets rid of the plant. Okay. It does make me wonder if you'd be able to, like, take this road and just put it everywhere. It does feel like with the pseudo-automation you can do with your people here, that you could just, like, kind of slow burn, build an entire base up from nothing to, like, make it really nice. The big thing is the range on the workbench. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which I'm realizing more and more, I should just be going over here and picking up the workbench and bringing it with me. Don't I have wine? Okay. There, you've got a pretty fountain. Okay, so what are you doing? You have made a ton of road. And not getting the rest of that done, that's okay. Oh, you can make a war table. Used for creating declarations of war against trespassers of Rome. Gotcha, so instead of finding it, I could force it. We also have a thing where you can make... Oh, I should be checking with all these people. They've been collecting a lot of stuff. And by that I mean I should first instead dump a bunch of stuff out of my inventory because it's getting full. So quick stack all of that away. Run over here. Drop you off there. That's a trinket that gives armor. Those are things to get rid of. There's some grape seeds. Okay.
Huh?
You work at the farmstead. I have a gift for you. So we gained them a bunch of XP on that. So drop all this off. You already have the copper. Did I really not? Okay. That's where I used it all. Okay, so let's go here. Just see what all of these are worth real quick. I need something like 10 of these for one of them. Yep, so you're just missing the lyre and you're missing the granite tooth, which is another boss you gotta find. We've got that melee weapon as a backup. Oh, these two trinkets I'm probably not gonna use. Let's see. Those don't do you any good, so we won't bother feeding those to you. We could drop a bunch of these other materials off. Drop you off as well. Okay, we can drop the apricots in here as well. I'm surprised they're not a food as long as I was gone for. Okay, so let's see here of what we've got we can make. Okay, so we unlocked a bunch of stuff. So with the iron thread, we can make a bunch of fancy stuff. Ember cloth is something new. We have the cultist, that's the bronze thread, so I can't do anything with that, but we do have the linen part of that. Let's check on the blacksmith. Yeah, so that'd be all for the melee and range damage stuff. Bronze thread requires linen and bronze bars, and the bronze bars basically is just going to require this person to be level 2. So what's something we can be as efficient on our materials as possible? I'm leaning toward just making tons of arrows. So just make arrows until you're leveled up. Meanwhile, I need to go to the mining person. And I want you to get bars instead. Alright, so we have wine. I guess just keep the wine on my person for right now. Isn't food fully automated now? It might be. I don't know, like, if we're producing enough or not because of how much I kept adding more people. Alright, Luxray. You take it easy, you sleep well, thank you for tuning in, it's always good to have you. And yeah, no, it's good to be back. Alright, so we got goodies out of that. Let's pop over here to the lumber mill. Got some torn pelts and a chunk of amber. And you got a worm. Okay. Drop you off, drop the worm off. We'll go ahead and drop off the chunk of amber. That's to be sacrificed anyways. Oh, that's a gift item. We haven't given one of those up yet. Okay. Okay, so they're both doing fine. Oh. Okay, so we've got tons and tons and tons of coal. We chuck a stack and some change in here of coal. Drop off the copper bars in there. Then we can run over here to the bakery. Okay, so you want an apricot. I do have those. Or not, or they've immediately gobbled those down. Okay, so they're giving me stuff to make our people happy. Just double checking to make sure I didn't throw the apricot in here. And I got one thing to just give to anyone.
Huh?
Okay, so I just gave it stuff to everyone to boost moods and all that. Alright, so you're working on your blacksmithy, getting that up. We're gonna end up needing a lot of copper, and I mean like a lot of copper. And you are getting a ton of copper arrows. Yeah, you got a long ways to level. That's alright. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't have that to build. Oh, it's been quite a while since you've been in town. Yeah, we did kill a new boss as well, but doesn't look like we have anything new available in the shop. Okay. Okay. So what I should be able to do is take this entire caravan of carts, decimate the local forest, and then using that, I should be able to start running this back down. And then this would give us all the wood we probably need to work on our base location. Alright, we should grab you and put you on the bar. Now, one big catch I have is we still don't have the teleport. Because I need to find this boss. And as best I can tell, the boss is supposed to be underground in the desert. We did find the desert finally. Alright. And the reason I'm doing this instead of the lumberjack is I'm actually going to be grabbing way more wood than the lumberjack can handle. And then plus that leaves the wood available in the town for any of the crafting they need to do there. Alright. But I figure this way I should have more than enough wood coming down with me. That I'd be able to get a pretty solid start on a base down there. Alright. Hey Riza, how's it going? How's your flight back? The flight itself was good. There was a lot of logistic headaches. I was given bad information and by my airline, and I had to deal with a whole bunch of that. But ultimately, once we got everything sorted, it went smoothly. But yeah, no, we had to reroute and change the tickets and everything. So like I was considered no-show on the tickets. It sucked. But the long story short was I was told I did not need a transit visa to go through the UK, which was fine on the way up. On the way back, because I was going to land really late at night in London and then fly first thing in the morning, I was considered as staying there, so I needed a transit visa, which I did not have. Which was the whole thing. I did not make this road. This road is like just generated into the map or whatever. So it was a whole thing. ultimately what ended up happening was I had to get new flights that went, you know, and just bypass London. I went straight from Amsterdam to Dublin. So I had to take a train up to Amsterdam to catch a plane to then skip all of it. So it was just a whole thing. I ultimately got home at exactly the same time because my last flight was the same flight for the last part of the layover. Yes, wagons can be destroyed. These wood wagons actually have very low health and are not hard to destroy. That's good. I could have lost a bunch of them into that hole. I did already loot that box, right? Nope, I had overlooked it. What are you? Blessed water skin. Curse resistance. Stop hitting my carts. Oh yeah. TwitchCon was really, really good. What about the wooden box with the X on it? The wooden box with the X on it. Oh, did you destroy my cart? Okay. Alright, so we did lose one of our carts. Okay, so we still got a ways to go. But I still have enough carts left to carry the thing I actually care about, which is the wood. Hey! You normally leave me alone. Hey! Why are you being such a jerk right now? That's right. Go fight the satyrs. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm home. Got here safely. It did cost a lot more than I wanted it to, but it is what it is. Like, I can't fix it. It's not like it like broke the bank or anything like that. Okay, we're almost home. You know, it's good seeing everyone, like Infinite Simplex, Conrad, Reza, Prequel, everyone else. You know, we got a lot of people here, a lot of familiar faces. Not trying to not call anyone out, just trying to not lose my many wagons of wood. Okay. And now I've got my giant wood supply here, so we can actually build some stuff. So what else do we have here? So we got this to dispose of. That's worth 2,000. Okay, we don't know what that's worth. Leave me alone. You dumb bird. Many wagons of wealth, the true wealth of a Roman theater or whatever. Okay, so let's see. So the downside is, even if we could build a lumber yard, it definitely seems like the desert says no. Which is interesting. This doesn't in any way label itself as not being able to. But, like, while it puts a circle there, it doesn't seem to be happy with it. The farmstead is likely not going to be able to do much. Yeah, well, those two cut down trees do count. It highlights them, but I've not been able to find a position. I've also been able to put it places that there isn't stuff in range. It just doesn't do well. Gotcha. So I could plant crops here. So realistically, we're probably not staying in this spot, not unless I could like change the dirt. You can experiment with that here. Some she'll just... Yeah, it goes right back to sand, which is fair. Alright, so that's very, very limiting, because that means I can only put a couple tiles of farmland here. Now... We can build the quarry out here. I'll also need the food storage. Okay. So chuck this in there. And we can drop all this in there. Okay, so other things we'll end up needing for any of this to work is the logistics tent. And we'll need the resource spot. We won't worry about blacksmith or anything. I don't imagine a lumberyard would even be worth much, even if I could build it. All right. Okay. So you don't need anything here. The big thing is we need buckets and clay. You need 3 more. All right. Don't know what his deal was, also didn't want to find out. Okay. So the big question is, where on earth do we have clay anywhere nearby? Do we have clay right here? No. There's clay up there, clay over there. I think that's when we'd wander around. Alright, but that said though, chat, it is getting well past when I need to be wrapping up for the night, because I have all my sleep schedule completely jacked up from all the travels and all that good stuff. But it's been a lot of fun. I can definitely see playing more Romestead. I'm gonna go ahead and, like, off stream, maybe take a quick peek and just be like, hey, where, like, how far does the early access go? Just to get a feel for, like, where I should be like, okay, we've got it kind of done. I don't think we're anywhere near there yet, but that'd be a good thing for me to figure out and all that good stuff. But for those watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that good stuff. But the stream will be ending abruptly for the YouTube end, but thank you so much for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I have absolutely been enjoying stream tonight. It's really good to be back and all that good stuff. But we're going to go find someone to